The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, who's out there? Looks like I got a problem with my third display switching off and on. Could be a cable fault. Could be a driver problem because I updated recently. I don't know. They always fix things and break things and updates, don't they? Fingers crossed that it goes alright. I can't stand when it goes wrong, that's for sure. Just too much to do. Who's out there today? Anybody? I'll just post up various things we're doing today and website link. Yeah, I think I did post around gifts last time, didn't I? How's it going there on Pilled? Looking alright. I don't think we've got anyone watching there, have we? Let's just upload that. I don't know, the stats there seem to be a bit screwy unless you do a page refresh. Okay, looks like we got 2 there. And Rumble. Who's out there on Rumble? Anybody? 3 watching, it reckons. That's probably about right at the moment. Yeah. Don't need that open. Okay, got a few tabs and things to get through. Some interesting stuff to cover probably, depending on what you're into. What's that one? Okay, so we'll be talking about Skinwalker Ranch and Anomalies. They're not so rare as they try and make out to believe that their ranch is special, as usual. I think we're ready to go, aren't we? I feel like I'm missing something. Okay. Some snapshots of one of the episodes anyway. A few things to cover on Skinwalker Ranch though since then, because we had a special guest on last week from Bradshaw Ranch. So I suppose we'll step through the episode and break it down. But yeah, where's everybody? Got 5 watching, is it? Yo yo, where's Michael King? For some reason he thought I was starting early, but I always start at the normal time unless daylight savers kicks in, or the guests can't do the time, of course, and he wants to leave early, so I roll it back last week, especially for him. I should have beat. I better check the audio. 1, 2, 3. Sounds good this end. I think we're on go. Alright, so let's open up this. So, a few years ago they did a special high altitude balloon with some special electromagnetic and magnetic field detection and all that sort of stuff, GPS on it, that could look deeper into the ground. And they're using this guy here, Jamara Pate, founder and CEO of Luna Swede. Luna being moon, and Swede, I suppose that's how you say it, meaning like a weather balloon, meaning balloon basically. What is that French word? Good question. Let's just find that out actually. What is a Swede? Probably radar, is it? Can't even see what I'm typing. A Swede is a piece of equipment used to monitor water quality. Yeah, it's a bit more than that now. An instrument probe that ordinarily transmits information about its surroundings. That sounds more like it. From an inaccessible location such as underground or underwater. English is full of Swede, and French translates to probe. There you go. That is a French word then, is it? Yeah, it has to be. Being anal probed from space. Anyway, he seems very smug of himself this time, making extraordinarily crazy claims. So there's his Swede, a probe with various, actually I'll probably zoom in that way. You can see it's really bad quality from video of TV compared to what you get off cameras. You can see they've got various payloads, and at one point they got a release thing, I guess, there or there. Parachutes. I suppose they release parts of it at different altitudes, maybe. Don't know, we don't know how it goes, but it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attachments to it. 7, 8 attachments. So that kind of looks like a box. That looks like a box there. That looks like a joiner. That looks like another box. That looks like something else there. It doesn't look like a box, and looks like another joiner. So maybe they got parachutes every certain distance. Don't know. Kind of strange. Oh, wrong button again. I wish I could get rid of that middle button. Always goes to the wrong screen, full screen. So he comes back with this so-called. Do they actually state on that? Riverside, what's that? Right, he's using some software, isn't he, to transmit it to them. Oh yeah, he's using some software here, is he? Yep. Windows 11, is it? So he's using some software to send to the green room or whatever it's called. But yeah, you can see here, points out this red spot here, claiming that it's 10,000 times higher than normal background magnetism, electromagnetics, I mean. And purple, I think, is 10 times or something like that. But yeah, he says that's abnormal. And of course, that's in triangle, isn't it? In triangle region with the what they call the in zone, where it curves in, and then curves out, and where they're getting all those reflections coming off the wall, or all those radio frequencies. Of course, straight away Travis is diving on this. Well, that's got to be the object under the mesa, giving off some weird magnetic readings that go up to 3,000 feet. Blah, blah, blah. Which is not how scientists work, of course. So he's drawn... Is that all the sensors hanging off the balloon? I don't know. But he's saying at 3,000 feet, something's causing a electromagnetic field disturbance. Hit the wrong button again. I really hate that button. Microsoft do some strange stuff. Why it opens up on the first screen, there's no way to change that. Because I can see it's on this screen, so why would it go to the other screen? That's typical of Microsoft, they never test out anything. Okay, so... another graph here. What's that trying to represent? Obviously the dome. The so-called imaginary dome, and the thing flying at 12,000 feet with the sensors on it. Camera they got on the lower platform by the looks of it, is it? Oh no, it could be a drone. Alright, that's right, it must be a drone. Do not fly. Now we know that they get strange errors like this because the GPS screws up and various other stupid errors like flying it near a truck low to the ground. Its Lidar detects it in front as a object that's going to crash into. What's that line there? Was that on my screen when I snapshotted it? Could be. Could be my video card is playing up. Okay, so what are they doing here? So these are irrigation that go around in circles. They have them all over America. And you might recall that Zondo had one with that he said was a UFO, which is one of these, with various color variations, making it look like a saucer from the side. Where's the mesa there, though? I got some sort of arrow there. That's the triangle there, is it? It looks like someone's watering their gardens then. Okay. So they got a new probe to put up in the sky. Oh, that's right. Going to do it with a helicopter. Was that the helicopter getting a no-fly zone? But anyway, the probe's here. I suppose it's like a big antenna inside. Alright, so here's the helicopter flight path with the probe. And they got a radio transmitter in the triangle. Just trying to remember what they're doing now. And there's the radio transmitter dude. And apparently it cuts out when the helicopter flies overhead on the instruments. It's not fresh in my mind, this episode, at all. It's so easy to forget this show because it's so garbage. It really is. Well, anyway, he's talking to the guy in the dome. And he's going to fly up his drone outside the dome, I think it is. I thought they were going to hang the thing off the helicopter though. Oh, done it again. I really hate that button. Button. What they got on here? Detected nearby, fly with caution. Alright, so he's got the drone not actually in the air but on the ground. Near, you can see here, a triangle. The triangle goes that way. And he's got to aim at the in spot, where you get all those crazy radio frequency reflections. What's that there? It's almost facing north, is that what they're saying? Looks like a little airplane, but I think it's just an indicator which way it's pointing. You don't get to look at these closely during the show because they flip them up pretty quick. At least you can snapshot it and view it in detail here. Lidar. Status not calibrated. Drone calibrated. There you go. So they're getting the detection of obviously the rock face in front of the drone, is it? And the helicopter's just flying overhead. And you see that's what they're getting on the camera facing the in zone. It's slightly off center though, isn't it? Done it again. Damn button. And what happens? You can start to see the Lidar because of these. This is the problem with the Lidar. If you get stuff in that's deep cavities, right? The laser gets lost in them. It doesn't bounce back. So you end up with all these holes. You see, this is the problem with Lidar. Or it can reflect off in different angles, right? And that can make the points look like it's above the mesa because it's reflecting, changing the reflection path. And also you can get like ice crystals and cold wind above mesas, which also causes to bounce off the ice crystals and cause data point errors. But they don't tell you that in the show. Not by the experts, because the experts don't even know what they're doing. And what happens is, you can see here, it's still reflecting back okay, apart from the holes. And suddenly it gets no image as the helicopter flies above the mesa, coming towards them. Now, why would that happen? I did know. What was the reason for it? Whoops, the other screen's turned off again. I'm not sure what's going on there. It's mucking around with the headset. Have we still got audio? Testing. Still working? Yep. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Don't like the looks of that. Oh, it's got to go. It's got to be a bad connection. It feels like it's in there. Solid though. Damn it. I'm off the bed now. Alright, so we know there's problems with Lidar. I'll just check the audio again. We know there's problems with Lidar where we could see there was holes. Oh, what's going on here? Holes in the mesa where it's losing reflection points. Why would they suddenly get no reflections at all? They're saying that's an anomaly caused by the so-called dome. But the helicopter's flying towards them, right? And we know it said there was no calibration done with the Lidar. So just a wee bit of dust blown up by the blades over the top of the mesa. Ice crystals. We'd expect some loss, but a total loss kind of sounds to me like it might be operator error there, right? Calibration error. or maybe even a power problem, right, to the Lidar that's underneath the drone. Probably a loose connection. There's the air current from the blades wobbles it or whatever. It may cause an outage just that happens at that point. So yeah, he gets called out to the guy that's sifting through the soil from the drill site. Done it again. And they find shards of what looks like metal, rock, which you do get in soil, right? Mining sites. And what was that one? What was that one? Alright, they catch something in the sky. Down here, is it? No. That's a mouse cursor. What was that? Let me just see. Was there something up here? Alright, they're catching something that's coming through the atmosphere here. I don't know if it was that. Kind of looks like it could be that hanging from the helicopter, but yeah. I'll just have a look. It was up there. Who's on this one? Down here, isn't it? Is that a sequence, maybe? Oh, maybe it's going upwards. Well, why is it coming back down then, in that case? Yeah, but that could be anything, right? Something moving fast close to the camera, like a bug. That's a blurry mess. Could be a plane above the clouds even. As we know, there's a lot of military planes that seem to fly over their place that hasn't got the call sign turned on. But anyway, here's the probe underneath the helicopter. And what's it? Eric loves his embossed filter. As you can see, he's embossed the helicopter. Turns anything that's like a balloon, bug, or water droplet, or whatever, snowflake, or dust particle, or pollen into a sphere. Now, that kind of looks like it could be a bug to me. Again, they don't use stereo cameras, but you'd think that would be the first thing you do if you're going to point a 4K camera with telephoto at a helicopter. You're going to have two, so you can rule out bugs in front of one lens that doesn't appear on the other, or work out the distance of an object if it's a real object further away. So you can work out the size, speed, and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, when you zoom into it, kind of looks like it's got a wing flap there and a wing flap there, right? And you got the sun reflecting off the top, and it's sort of stretched out to motion blur. Doesn't look like a dot anymore, but then he's added the embossed filter on, and you've got all these other artifacts from the video compression. So it probably isn't a dot, but it probably is a long shape. Instead of just showing the original video without the emboss, he always puts up the emboss. I think he's embossed it there too, isn't he? Yep. Where is it here? It's going to be here on the screen somewhere. Can't see it though. There. then it flies that way, saying it's going near the helicopter. Again, it looks like wing flap to me on motion blur. So you've got a wing coming down and a wing going up, and it's moving along here, and while the sensor is scanning left to right, this object's moved out, so it stretches it out. That's what motion blur is. It looks like there's something happening there. You can see just that line just dropped down here, how video compression with embossed filter really makes it worse. It's very amateurish to use an embossed filter. And would have been good to see it without the embossed filter. It does look like it's stretched out there again. So it's a nothing burger, right? There you go, you can see that one's longer now. You can see there's a wing flap that way and a wing flap that way. It's going to be some sort of fly. Zooming past the camera. Of course, the first thing Trevor comes out Trevor's mouth, oh, that's no insect. There's no bird. Why is that? It's alright to say these things, but you got to give a reason why you think it's not an insect or bird. There's no way you can rule it out. Can't see anything there, can you? No, can't see anything on that one. Look how crazy it makes a helicopter look. Adds in all the artifacts. Oh, it makes it easy to see. But yeah, so the only strangeness there was the scientists, not the results. So I guess that's that. Now, why would the radio lose frequency as the helicopter went overhead? Obviously, caused interference with the CV radio from the helicopter itself, so they lost signal as it passed over. What's that up there? That looks like a cell tower, doesn't it? Or is it one of their cameras with towers with cameras hanging off it? See, even there you can see that the light is not coming back, it's being reflected off in different directions. Anyway, so talking about anomalies. Okay, let's just bring up the websites. So I did some searching on anomalies to see if I could find any in the area done by other real scientists. And I've come across this one here. NASA is watching a huge anomaly growing in Earth's magnetic field. So it looks similar to what that guy was doing here, and here's a red zone here. Does that mean that's 10,000 times above normal? I'm not sure. Probably. South Atlantic anomaly. So that's South America there. Can we see the coastline? There's Mexico, and there's South America there. So you can see here, it looks like it's getting bigger and bigger in size. Monitor strange anomaly in Earth's magnetic field, giant region lower and its intensity in the skies above the planet, stretching out between South America and Southwest Africa. This was film called this the South Atlantic Anomaly is intrigued, blah blah blah. Space agency satellites and spacecraft are particularly vulnerable to the weakened magnetic field strength within the anomaly and the resultant exposure to charged particles from the sun. That's why they normally shut it down as it passes through. And there you go. It's right over that region there, which is what, Brazil? So I wonder if that was around when the Mayas and Inca and all that were around there. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? And what have they noticed it? During these encounters, to reduce magnetic field strength inside the anomaly means technology systems on board satellites can short circuit or malfunction. These random hits may usually only produce low level glitches. Yep. The field is actually a superposition of fields from many current sources. Geologists, geophysicists, Sabaka from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center explained. The primary source is considered to be a swirling ocean of molten iron inside the Earth's outer core, thousands of kilometers below the ground. I wonder if it come from a massive meteorite impact. Oh, we're losing monitor again. What's going on here? Could it be the power supply? I don't know. If I lose the monitor, it screws up the icons and stuff on the screen. And that's what has me worried. Primary source is considered to be swollen ocean. Okay, we've covered that. The movement of the mass generates electrical currents that create Earth's magnetic field, but not necessarily uniformly, it seems. So they've got a YouTube on it. What they got there? Core mantle. I wonder if that's the asteroid impact created that and wiped out the dinosaurs and maybe pushed mankind from the region. A huge reservoir of dense rock called the African Large Low Shear Velocity Province. So if they're getting that there, what's the chances of it also being elsewhere? It makes you wonder how accurate this chart is here, because I'm probably focusing on this area more. But you think their map would include that strange 10,000 anomaly, which kind of suggests maybe NASA's equipment's a bit more calibrated and specialized than that guy's high altitude balloon system. But he was saying it was at 3,000 feet, so what's this would be? Edge of space? How can we work that one out? It's got Teslas 2020, so maybe anomaly hasn't grown in size, who knows, in 5 years. more recent study published in 2024 found the SAA also has an impact on auroras seen on Earth. So, I suppose you could do more research on that. Over USA. That field has a hole. Okay, they're talking about the South Atlantic one again. Pole flip. Earth magnetic field acts as a protective shield. We know that. We know that. I don't think the AI is going to help us much here. Shift the magnetic pole north. The magnetic pole is not fixed and is constantly moving due to drifting towards Siberia. I mean. In the past century, the magnetic north pole has shifted from Canada towards Russia. Flip-flop. Search. Okay, we got any images? Okay. Still nothing really standing out there. Kind of suggests maybe that guy's thing is wrong on the show. There's an anomaly there. South America, North America's up here. Oh no, there it is there. So what's this one here? Africa. So that one's different, isn't it? That anomaly was normally over here. Maybe that's that one. So it's different to that. Okay, what do we got here? Overview all this magnetic field. You can see it's quite complex. Still not seeing anything that sort of matches anything that guy was getting. Looks pretty constant band there. I think his instrument was faulty. Yeah. We've got a different color system here. So instead of using red, now I've got black. But still, there's nothing really over here that's abnormal. Only on South America, right? I didn't think there'd be so much on this, but yeah, look at all the images. So what's this one here? Aeromagnetic data. Let's have a look at that one. Let's see if we can pin that one. The question is, obviously there's a huge landmass, America. What's the mantle like underneath America? I know obviously the Utah Basin was formed by plate tectonics, right? When Travis was saying it was caused by a big massive asteroid impact, which is not true. It was caused by the moving plates of the Earth and causing a sinking. But it doesn't mean there wasn't ancient meteorite impacts nearby or smaller impacts that happened, gradually got absorbed into the ground, leaving rare minerals, right, that you get only from asteroids. There is some. There's more elements in certain, like, is it iridium and gallium. There's certain stuff that's more dense, like it's in asteroids than it is, or meteorites than it is on planet Earth. Of course, where does the Earth get its deposits from? Probably all the impacts over millions and millions of years, right? Obviously it comes from deep within the sun at some stage. Less than 1%, what's that? So let's have a look at these ones here. They might be old though. Lecture. Go full screen on that one. I thought we were going to get a nice big map, but we're not. How do we get that bigger? Okay, so that's Australia, isn't it? Australia's probably got more anomalies than America has. Let's have a look. Yeah, Queensland. Of course, the soil in Australia is very similar to Utah, isn't it? It's that reddy sand stuff that's probably full of iron. Australia's just like that. Yeah, I thought it was going to be America in it. So America's not abnormal, right? The shape of anomalies depends on orientation of the total vector of magnetization. Geological unit with the same susceptibility and magnitude. But what's causing it though? Is it the elements? Let's see. Changes when latitude the map. Balsic seamount. What's that? South of. Of course, we've got it too big now. South of. There we go. So, what are we looking at there? Kelly Blue volcano, whatever that is. There's a red zone there. So yeah, these anomalies are all over the place. Texas AM University. Anyway, I thought it was a map of America I was trying to get. Like one there. Okay, can we see on that one? So, does it give us a indication of what the colours mean? Probably not. Let's have a look. It's still the same document, isn't it? Doesn't say what the colours are. Which I really hate that. Damn it. It's got to be one that's going to be better than that. You think. Okay, what's this one? This one's got something. Let's have a look at that one. Can we read it though? Overall survey rank, maybe? What does that mean? So where's Utah on that? California's got a lot. Now, is that magnetic or is it chemicals? So like I mean minerals or whatever they're looking for. Utah, where would Utah be in that mess? I wish I had names, or at least basic names there. Let's see, let's get a map up. Utah. Okay, let's get a bearing on it. Oh, it's that square block there. Next to California, opposite on the. Okay. So where was it on this? So it does look like it could be in that region there. Mind you, I don't think Skinwalker Ranch is that high up. It's more down here, isn't it? But yeah. But this is the thing, we never get any balance in the show. We don't get any skeptics on these shows, which is a downside. They should always have a skeptic. So it looks like the anomaly on that map that we just looked at is up here. And the basin, I think, is more down here, isn't it? Salt Lake City. Well, there's what's that one? Utah. Unita. How'd you say that one? It's not Utah, but it's spelled with a U-I-N. Uinta Basin. This area here. There's that square block going around. Salt Lake, Great Salt Lake. So normally seem to be more up here where the lake is. This area. And down here where Skinwalker Ranch is. But yeah, so I thought I'd ask the AI about their findings, because I was a wee bit skeptical of it, looking at all that sort of stuff. There's nothing really obviously sticking out there on those maps. Yeah, we got that to cover too. Who we got on the side? We've got some messages. Well, you're online. Yep, usual time. Hey, we're talking Skinwalker stuff. Yep, sure are. And also another ranch we're going to talk about as well. Not Bradshaw Ranch, but 120 miles away from Skinwalker. So I'll cover that eventually. Thanks for joining us from Rumble and YouTube at the moment. Anyone on Pilled can say hello. So yeah, that's what NASA says is going on. And then I found this one with the world map. Anomalies is nothing spelt wrong. Got a K in front for some reason. Nothing new. It's in lots of places. Probably ancient space rock iron impacts. See world map. Okay, let's have a look at the world map. I don't know if I had it open already though. The anomaly map of the world. So we'll have a look at that. Don't know if there's any other options here. Let's have a look. Oh, what's happened? Strange happenings. So that one there looks similar to what we're looking at. And God, that looks a mess, doesn't it? And you can see it again. Can't really see anything sticking out over Utah there. But over here, where the anomaly is, in Africa, and how you read all that shit down the side, I don't know. It's too hard to read that. I suppose there's a way to zoom in. It's only on 10%. Yeah, here we go. Okay, does it zoom up alright? Oh yeah, it's not too bad. So what are they saying here? Major data sets. What's this? Near surface data. Model data. So there's the model data predictions. I guess it is. That's what it means normally. And seeing how close it was. So the colors are Newtons, NT. Not Newtons, Teslas, I mean. NT is what? Does it actually say? In medical context, NT. Actually refer to, no, it's not that. Magnetics. Okay, in the context of magnetics, NT stands for nanotesla. There you go. Which is a unit of measurement for magnetic field strength. So goes all the way up to 100. Purple. So red and purple is massive. So we'll probably have to swing back out. So what are we looking at here? That doesn't look like South America. That looks like looking down from the North Pole, is it? Has to be. Talk about confusing. What's that one? Okay, that's what we're looking at before. I'll just zoom in that way. Okay. So we know reds and purples were very high scale. And there is quite a few of that near Utah. Now on the other map it was all along the coast here. This map looks way different. So this is a wee bit confusing. Isn't it? Why are the maps so different? But yeah, it looks like getting closer to Canada and Alaska there is where all the purple, dense purple bits are happening. And over Utah is breaking up into more red and yellows and greens and blues. So I don't know how you could get anything normal going on there. Looking at that map, right? Looks like everywhere is abnormal, especially more up near the poles. Is that Iceland or Greenland? Yeah, so I don't know how they make head or tail all that garbage, right? I think it's a bit like you could cherry pick things, right? So I think that's what they're doing on Skinwalker Ranch. So yeah. So I did use AI to talk about this. So I found out some information about iron asteroid impacts millions of years ago. Could, in theory, influence. This is what the AI was saying. Now the AI, I put the AI through a test and I realized AI is not very good because it hasn't got access to all the information, right? It would be good if it had access to all the test results and technical papers, because it was making claims that was based on its lack of information, really, rather than all the information that is out there. This is where AI is meant to be good. You know, you could feed it in all these magnetic logs and locations and going back 20 years, say, and then it could compile it and look for anomalies, right? So it's said here, in theory, could influence the Earth's magnetic field at specific locations, but the extent and duration of such effects depend on several factors, including the size of the impact, the composition of the target area, and the dynamics of the Earth's magnetic field. So I was thinking, well, the basin is obviously plate tectonics there, and can't rule out there being ancient impacts that happened around the area. Mostly suggested that it's off the coast of Mexico. It's where the big one's meant to have impacted. I think there's meant to be one under the sea there. We looked at in the past, going back a few years now, at ancient meteorite impact sites. And I think the AI hasn't got access to that information. Ancient known impact sites. Let's see. Okay, so there's one that's obviously an impact. Where was that again? I forgot to get drink, didn't I? Okay, we've looked at all these maps before, and I've tried to map it with paranormal activity and UFO sightings and all sorts of things on my research. You can see there was a big one out here over Mexico. I'm going to have to get a drink. Another big one there. You can see it overlaps where Utah is. So there could be a lot of debris blowing up in the atmosphere and come down all over that North America there. I got one off the south coast of Africa. Also got one in Brazil there. But it's a bit strange there's none in the sea there, but because this map's probably not complete, right? I suppose it takes a lot of many years of geologists and flying magnetic detectors with open planes over certain areas to map it all. So the AI is not going to know about all this. But it did say that comment there. So it's talking about the size of the impact, the composition of the target area, the name of the Earth's magnetic field generation. Below I break down the potential mechanics and limitations based on available evidence and scientific understanding. But again, I think that AI is missing lots of information, so it can't really be useful here. Which iron asteroid impacts could affect Earth's magnetic field local magnetic anomalies? Normally, this should be bullet text, make it easier to read. Iron asteroids about 50,000 years ago has fragments of meteoric iron scattered around the site. I think there's been indications that they did get some black material that was from meteorite impacts around Skinwalker Ranch, but of course on this other ranch that they're investigating, they're also finding fragments of asteroids, so which I'll bring up after this. These anomalies are typically small scale, localized to impact site. They do not significantly alter the global geomagnetic field, but can create measurable variations in the magnetic field strength or direction, often detectable through geophysical surveys. Impact-induced shock magnetism energy impacts can generate intense shock pressure that magnetizes rocks in the presence of an existing magnetic field. So as you know, as molten lava comes out of volcanoes, it gets magnetized as it starts to cool down. Studies of lava rock suggest that large impacts can temporarily amplify a pre-existing magnetic field at the impact site or the antipodal point. So they've measured lava rocks. and found the magnetic field was different at those locations. If similar processes could occur, blah blah blah. Plasma and electromagnetic effect during impact. Large impacts generation plasma clouds due to vaporization. It's funny how plasma comes up quite a lot. We're in a plasma universe, so these clouds can interact with Earth's magnetic field, potentially causing temporary localized perturbances on the moon. The AI does go on a bit. The Chicxulub impact, 10 to 14 kilometer asteroid 66 million years ago, released energy equivalent to 100 million megaton blast. And there's no conclusive evidence that caused a global magnetic reversal or significant long-term disruption. So the iron core in the Earth, this is saying, was unaffected by that massive impact. But it doesn't mean that particular area doesn't have abnormal magnetic anomalies after, right? Which is probably the same as Utah. Smaller impacts like the Chesapeake Bay impact, 2 mile wide asteroids 35 million years ago, caused significant local disruption. So it's saying local here, but is unlikely to have affected the global geometric field. So that could explain Skinwalker Ranch there, couldn't it? Limitations and consideration, scale and duration of effects. Most iron asteroid impacts, even significant ones like the Barringer crater or Prequel crater, 3 to 5 miles in diameter, are too small to affect Earth's global. Okay, I said all that already, isn't it? Lack of correlation with major magnetic changes. It goes on and on. Conclusion: asteroid impacts millions of years ago likely caused localized magnetic anomalies at specific locations on the Earth's surface due to the position of ferromagnetic materials and shock magnetism. These effects are typically confined to the impact site and detectable through geophysical surveys, as seen in cases like blah blah blah. Alter Earth's significantly alter Earth's global electromagnetic field, which is primarily driven by the core. So it's a bit hard for a asteroid to change, cause pole reversal and change our protective shield from the sun, is what they're saying there. So I asked even more details here. There's something pop up on the side. Back, okay, I didn't know you were gone. Skinwalker Ranch has electromagnetic anomaly. What is best guess causing it? So I asked the AI this. Conclusion: the best guess for the electromagnetic anomalies at Skinwalker Ranch is that they stem from geological features such as a magnetic mineral deposits or tectonic activity, potentially combined with electromagnetic emissions from nearby oil and gas equipment, which has always been a lot of people saying that with the frequencies as well, the 1.6, 1.2 related to oil mining nearby. Screen's gone again. How can I fix it? It's got to be a loose connection here. I'm too scared to touch anything because I'm going to screw up the stream. Is it still working? I'm gonna have to try and figure this one out. Hello, hello. Most things always go when you go live, not before. Let me just give a drink while I'm here. I'm gonna have to check all the cables next time. Oh, that's better. Ugh. So as I bang the table, I can hear the headphone clicking off and on. Could be this side that's causing the problem. Yeah, I'm too scared to move anything. Oh, we're losing the monitor. I'm gonna have to check out all the cables. So yeah, where do we get to? It just blabs up a lot of stuff. We just want to get to the conclusion. Many anomalies from material deposit line rich materials such as Mckinnon can create localized magnetic anomalies. If the unit basin, is that how you say it? Unit basin consists of such deposits, they could cause fluctuations in magnetic field intensity detected by sensitive instruments like those used at Skinwalker Ranch. The Reddit post emphasizing that these anomalies are small on the order of 1 UT. So it's not in nano, so what's U? Micro? Tesla? But significant enough to be measured, supporting the idea of geological distributions. Tectonic activity. The unit basin is part of a technological active region with fault lines and sedimentary layers. Microseismic activity or piezoelectric effects. Remember I was talking about piezoelectric and shock quartz and the rocks. And they could have other elements from meteorite impacts also in the rocks causing conductivity, right? Which can then generate magnetic fields as the current flows. Microseismic activity. Yep, okay, read that. While not directly documented at the ranch, this is a known phenomenon in geophysics. Could produce transient electromagnetic signals. Oil and gas equipment. Bard's hypothesis that nearby oil and gas drilling automation could broadcast electromagnetic signals aligns with the sporadic nature of the anomalies. These signals could interfere with electronics, explain issues like drone crashes or GPS inaccuracies reported by researchers. Hey.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Please do funny Tyler video soon. Tongue out.
Yeah, we got a lot of serious stuff to talk about. Tyler's not serious. But yeah, soon, hopefully, do some other shows in midweek or whatever. Probably when summer comes back, it'll be a lot easier. It's gradually warming up here now. Thank God. Some researchers, like those features on The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch, propose that the anomalies could result from intelligent manipulation by an unknown presence, possibly extraterrestrial or interdimensional. Reports of UFO sightings, UAPs, other unexplained events fuel this theory, which we've explained all those away, and that they're not really UFOs, but mostly bugs, balloons, birds, and other things, right? For example, a 2023 study proposed using a Hall effect keyboard to detect intelligent manipulation of electromagnetic fields suggests anomalies might be deliberate signals. Limitations: there are no empirical evidence linking electromagnetic anomalies to extraterrestrials or paranormal causes. This because there's not enough people studying, I guess, really. Who takes paranormal serious? What scientists take paranormal scientists seriously? Skeptics like Robert Schieffer argue the claims of paranormal activity lack substantiation, noting that previous owners reported no supernatural events over decades, and anomalies may have been exaggerated to sell the property. The small scale of electromagnetic deviations, 1 UT, is also inconsistent with the energy required for phenomena like interdimensional portals. Atmospheric or isospheric effects. Description: some speculate that atmospheric phenomena such as isospheric disturbance or localized plasma formations could cause electromagnetic interference. Uinta Basin, high altitudes and clear skies might enhance such effects, potentially linked to reported UAP sightings. Limitations: well, isospheric disturbance can affect radio signals. They typically occur on larger scales and not confined to a 512 acre property. The localized nature of the anomalies at Skinwalker Ranch makes this less likely. No specific data supports this theory in context with the ranch. Anthropogenic interference. Human activity such as military experiments or unauthorized technology testing could produce electromagnetic signals. Travis Taylor, a scientist on the show, has suggested this possibility of bad human actors causing some phenomena. Well, someone at a campground that's down the end of the property with some sort of drones and also radio jamming equipment could also have a little fun with Travis and the crew there. Though he notes much remains unexplained. Consistent human interference. Well, what's this one? The ranch remote location reduces the likelihood of consistent human interference, apart from there's a camping ground up the other end. So the AI is not particularly correct there. While oil and gas equipment is a plausible source, no evidence suggests military or covert operations specifically targeting the ranch. Historical impacts, asteroid related. Given the user's previous question about asteroid impacts, one could hypothesize that ancient iron asteroid impacts left magnetic anomalies in the region similar to those at the sites like blah blah blah. Such impacts could deposit ferromagnetic material, localized magnetic field variations. Limitation: no documented impact craters are known in the immediate vicinity of Skinwalker Ranch. Well, they did find from drilling stuff that could only come from asteroids, so I think the AI is wrong here. I don't think it's got enough information on all that. I think also looking at those impact maps, there would have to be buried at certain levels material from those impacts. which could be in that sort of green snot stuff they're getting that was on fire. May happen due to a meteorite impact or a lightning strike, of course. So what's the conclusion of this one? Is there a conclusion here? It's not really formatted very well. Let's see. It's consistent with geological variations rather than exotic causes. As noted in the Reddit analysis, challenges in an ongoing research. The ranch's reputation as a paranormal hotspot complicates objective analysis as media attention and shows like the ranch may amplify unverified claims. Skeptics argue that the lack of consistent, reproducible data after decades of study undermines paranormal theories. However, ongoing experiments such as drone mapping with PIX4D matic and electromagnetic monitoring aim to quantify anomalies more rigorously. These efforts could clarify whether geology features like subsurface magnetic deposits are the primary drivers. In other words, minerals in the rock, which could be from asteroids, of course, or meteorites or whatever. Your suggestion points to a specific hypothesis for this electromagnetic anomalies reported. A Secret of Skinwalker Ranch Season 6 Episode 9 based on the 2022 lunasoid data showing a supposed 10 to 10,000 times above normal anomaly. So that's what the guy did. He analysed it further and come back to the show this year to say these are the final results and they should repeat the experiment, which is what you should do for science, and just see if it was a data error. The triangle at 3,000 to 5,000 feet with peaks of 1.2 to 1.8 gigahertz. We proposed that the best explanation might be data errors in the 2022 lunasoid measurements. I said that to the AI, combined with interference and reflected frequencies from equipment, possibly the team's own gear like ham radios. I didn't say ham radios, I said ham radios near, not part of their gear, but anyway, in the end zone on the mesa, contributed to the observed peaks. Although I validate. This is from Grok, or whatever it's called. Lunasoids equipment, if not properly calibrated, this is what I was saying, might misinterpret transistent signals or noise as sustained anomalies, inflating measurements. Data processing artifacts. The 2022 data points map described as showing a hotspot over the triangle could include processing errors such as amplifying background noise or misaligning spatial data, leading to exaggerated readings. Environmental noise. The Uinta Basin's remote location has low RF background, but natural phenomenon, atmospheric scattering, ionospheric effects, or nearby equipment could introduce noise mistaken for 10,000 times anomaly. But if it's 3,000 feet up though, or 12,000 feet up, could that also be explained? You see, this is where AI, I don't think it could be fully correct, right? You got to take AI with a pinch of salt. Evidence, the show's lack of peer review publication, that's for sure. As noted in prior discussion, suggests limited validation. A 2021 Reddit post on unit based on anomalies reports modest deviations, -300 to 400 NT, far below the claimed scale, indicating that extreme values may reflect errors rather than real phenomena. The absence of independent confirmation of a 500 UT or kW/per meter squared anomaly supports the idea of data misinterpretation. Interference in reflected frequencies from mesa plausible. The mesa near the triangle, a prominent geological feature, could act as a reflective service or natural waveguide for RF signals. That sounds really technical, doesn't it? A waveguide. Amplifying or redirecting frequencies in the 1.2 to 1.6 GHz range. This range includes bands used for GPS, satellite communication, and some hand radio frequencies, along with peaks reported at the range. At the ranch, I mean. Mesa's sedimentary rock, e.g. sandstone shell, may contain iron-rich materials like hematite, which can reflect or scatter RF waves, especially if the rock has conductive properties. Topographical features like cliffs or cavities could create multipath interference, which I talked about in the past, where signals bounce and overlap, producing apparent peaks. Localized effects. The end zone on the mesa, possibly a Pacific area used by the team for experiments, could enhance reflections due to its geometry or proximity. So I don't know if Brandon read all this, but you can see it shouldn't make the guy think. It shouldn't make any scientist think. And they should be creating experiments that either repeats the thing, or they can knock it off bit by bit. Like they don't go completely dark, because they've got to film. The only way you could go completely dark if you use conventional video film, I guess. Get all the electronics out the area and see if any of the meters go crazy. Why? Basically, you're in a Faraday cage, right? In fact, they could spend millions building a big Faraday cage over the triangle, right? And that would eliminate lots of things, probably. But anyway, how would you do that, though? Wire mesh. And poles banged into the ground. I suppose you could do it when you think about it. You won't be able to get it too high up though. But I suppose you could have like a net made of wire that you lift up by blimps or balloons, like it filming a blanket, a magnetic blanket over the whole triangle. And then do your experiments. That should be feasible. I don't know how much that would cost, but billionaire should be able to afford it. This is making out of gold. So yeah, this one's a wee bit better formatted than the last ones I did. So it's going over the same thing. Conclusion. The best case for the electromagnetic anomalies reported in the Skinwalker Ranch episode 9 season 6 is that the 2022 Lunasoid data contains errors or misinterpretations, inflating modest RF spikes into 10 to 10,000 times above normal. So I think the AI's screwed it up here. I think it's mixing up the radio frequencies with the magnetic readings, but it does say electromagnetic. anomalies there, because they're in the same, and they're all electromagnetic, I guess. Could like a local mining that's happening on the ranch being reflecting signals up to where the balloon solenoid was, the probe? It's possible, isn't it? And that's going to cause reading failures. AI is fun. And it's still going on about other things here. Analysis of your updated hypothesis. Military jet communications as a source of the 1.6 gigahertz signal. So I fed it the subtitles from the show. The subtitles confirms a 1.6 gigahertz signal detected during the lunasoid experiment, originating from a center of the triangle, noted as reserved for the Earth-space communication. You suggest military jets with communication systems could contribute to this signal alongside other sources like ham radios, military hubs, smartphones, or satellite phones. Let's evaluate the military jet hypothesis. So it breaks it down. So saying what band it's in. So what was its conclusion? So now it's got the dialogue from the episode fed into it. I fed it in. See if it'll change its output. So smartphones, plausibility. Military communication hubs, plausible, it's saying. Other interference sources, you also propose nearby ham radios. It's also saying plausible. The 23 centimeter band 1.2 is close to 1.6 gigahertz. Local hobbyists could operate nearby. Reflections off the mesa could create a hotspot. Likelihood moderate, as ham radios are common but less likely to produce a precise 1.6 gigahertz signal compared to a SATCOM. Yeah, but they didn't get 1.6 clean signal though, was it? A lot of times it's got dirty frequencies either side. They did get one that was 00040 or something, didn't they? Yeah, it'd be good to plug everything from the experiments into it and use AI. And just ask the AI what it thinks about it all. Whether it says likely causes errors, I think that's probably going to be the answer. Or it's going to be some underhanded stuff happening, right? Ancient asteroid impact hypothesis. Your hypothesis links the black magnetic material, green jelly, and with charcoal and parabolic dish-like land dip to ancient asteroid impact. We know that's not true though, with the dip in the land, supported by experts' analysis dating material, but let's evaluate black magnetic material. It's talking about nickel meteorites are dark and magnetic, causing anomalies. Green jelly with charcoal use sites, an expert claiming it's organic. And it just goes on and on. Conclusion, that's probably what you need to go to here. Conclusion: the 1.6 GHz signal at Skinwalker Ranch is most likely from a military jet SATCOM during a low-flying pass, which they got documented in that episode, or a satellite phone with smartphone as a secondary source amplified by the mesa's reflective geology. The 10,000 times anomaly is exaggerated due to data errors and blah blah blah. And I did one on the analysis, Lidar interference from helicopter. Right, yeah, because I fed that into it. Interference from the helicopter. The ground-based FPV drone's Lidar scans the mesa. The low-flying helicopter could introduce fine dust or moisture into the Lidar's field of view, causing a black output, no return signal. Here's how fine dust helicopter downwash. A helicopter at low altitude, e.g. 550 to 100 feet, generates a rotor wash that can lift fine dust from the dry soil of Skinwalker Ranch, even without visible thick dust. Fine particles could form a suspended cloud in the Lidar's field of view. Lidar interference, fine dust, scatter laser pulses while scattering, reducing return signal strength. If dense enough, it could block pulses, prevent lasers from reaching the mesa, causing no returns, black output, and add noise, scatter light randomly, creating incomplete point clouds. Dust on the Lidar lens could block signals, though less likely for a stationary drone. Likely, fine dust could cause a temporary blackout if the helicopter creates a localized dust cloud. Looks like it's repeating itself. Moisture and overcast low clouds, environmental conditions. Overcast low clouds, e.g. stratus under 2,000 feet, suggest high humidity, mist, or light drizzle, common during nighttime experiments. The helicopter's downwash could stir moisture, laden air, or redistribute mist into the Lidar's field of view. Lidar interference, water droplets can absorb lasers near infrared wavelengths absorbed by water, weakening returns. Scattered light droplets cause scattering, diffusion pulses, and reduce signal strength. Block signals, dense mist or fog. Visibility less than 100 meters can prevent pulses. Helicopter's roll. It's talking about the 1.5 gigahertz FPV transmission of the TV camera signal. Video feed is independent of the Lidar's laser base operating. Interference with the 5.6 gigahertz signal, e.g. from electromagnetic anomalies or physical obstructions, wouldn't directly cause a black Lidar output, as Lidar relies on optical returns, not radio frequencies. So it doesn't mean there wasn't some sort of blackout with the camera. Or loss of transmitting the data back to base, right? How's it sending the data from the drone back? Because he was watching it in real time. It wasn't taking it off a SD card or anything this time. So if there's a signal dropout or loss of signal from interference of the helicopter coming towards it, causing RF interference, knocking out, corrupting the data, then it could go black, right? Because it's not receiving data. So there's all sorts of possibilities that it's not even talked about on the show. And of course I talked about the drill bits. Teeth removed without heat might be part of episode 9's narrative. Because they were saying that it was losing teeth, but it wasn't very hot. Like the heat would weaken the metal, wouldn't it? So it's saying the black Lidar output is mostly due to moisture from overcast conditions, but I don't think so. I think the AI is wrong here, but it's got better idea than Trevor's says anyway. Metabunk argue that the Skinwalker Ranch phenomenon have mundane explanations. Shows exaggeration. Yes, you're correct that FPV refers to the drone's first person view system, transmitting live video, not a model. In the screen, yeah. So anyway, it was fun with the AI. You can see there's a lot of wordiness there, drives you crazy going through it all. All right, I did have that bookmark, but we're finished with that now. So the anomaly is most likely, again, compounded data errors, interference, and you have to reproduce it more than twice, really, don't you, to prove it otherwise. But it still might get interference, right? So when would be the best time to do measurements? When mining happens 24/7, doesn't it? It's not like they switch off. They normally have shifts and things because it's making millions of dollars. So yeah, I don't think you'd have a really clean area at all. I suppose you could do the Faraday cage experiment that I talked about, making a wire mesh that you lift up, and then do your experiments inside that. You could even put it over the whole mesa and have handheld sensors for measuring the magnetic field that way, because you're inside the bubble of Faraday cage in this case. So yeah, what's this one? We've got some videos to look at, but we'll come back to that one. Space station, come back to that one. Brain cell debunk. I'm not sure what that one is. Alright, come back to that one. We held off on posting this. Okay, we'll come back to that one. AARO. Okay, we'll come back. I released another video and come back to it. Alright, I'm going to talk about the proof is out there show with this dickhead Mark D'Antonio. Can't tell a kite from a bird commemoration. And the SCU guy, totally clueless, unfortunately. I think he was meant to be a clever man, but anyway, we've got some more Skinwalker Ranch stuff here. Mick West, so we'll just talk about that. I'm just looking for the Skinwalker Ranch. This is why Travis Taylor blocked me. So going back to 2023. So he blocked because Mick insulted him. This episode when Travis Taylor mistook flight B68330 for UFO that also appeared in a 1,000-year-old rock glyph, which enhanced validity, which hence validated the ancient astronaut theory. Entertainment, sure, but don't pretend it's real. Travis Taylor tagged. So this is a glyph, is it? What's happened here? Yeah, something strange going on here. Alright. Okay.
And you see that same structure that was seen by the Chilean Navy.
So Mick looked into this with his hive of experts and found it was actually a jet making a conventional contrail as it was coming down, hit a air pocket of colder air, which caused the jet gases out the engines to cause the crystals formation. And of course they put it on a Chilean aircraft with thermal, and because we know that the thermal is larger than the object creating it, which they call glare, you don't actually see the aircraft or the UFO or whatever is causing it. And he's trying to compare this thing to a glyph, which is hilarious, really. So he's saying, look, this is a UFO here creating a similar trail on this episode.
They match nearly perfectly.
Don't think so.
Just like the phenomena caught by this Chilean helicopter, yes, like the diamond things we were.
You gotta remember that the Pentagon hired him to be an expert on this sort of stuff, and he couldn't even get this one right alone, let alone the Navy stuff.
We're seeing on the infrared. That's a phenomenon right now we're seeing with our own eyes, and we've seen that somebody else saw it somehow. How old is the glyph? Several hundred.
So you can't do a glyph with something that appears on a video. That's just crazy. That's not a scientist.
Found in the same geographical part of the world.
That's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life.
It is truly amazing.
No wonder. No wonder he got blocked. But anyway, some other interesting stuff come out here that was interesting. The self-healing ceramic material. Now, I actually did look into that, as you know, and I looked into it a bit more since. And I'm not sure if I've got it here. Here we go. So we'll just move it closer to the other one. So Mick West or his team noticed, which I didn't notice at the time. I'm not sure if it's got a close-up image of it here, but I did one, I think. Off the screens. I'll just bring it up. So I took it from the video. I think it was from the video. And you can see here they got it on 5
Michael
kilovolts.
King donated £10 through Super Chat. The fact is, at the end of the day, no matter what, we can never know for sure of anything except what we experience ourselves.
Yeah. This is deceptive on Skinwalker Ranch. Now they're showing Brandon, the expert that was showing these before and after ones of it self-healing. didn't actually tell everybody that he had it on different settings. So he's got it on the electro beam on 5 kilovolts there, and on this one he's got it on 10. That changes the scale factor. So it's like I think I got some information on that. Did I post it in a separate comment? Might be underneath. That's like looking at a telescope and zooming in, right? So you can see here, we're not comparing apples with tomatoes, right? We're not comparing tomatoes with other tomatoes. We're comparing it with apples. They're trying to say it's the same view, which it's not. If it was on 5.5 or 10.10 and that big hole there got filled in, that changed it. But now they're getting finer detail here that they're not getting here, and it just creates this hole which isn't actually a hole. It's probably this area here. It's not even the same area, I don't think. Let's see. We can't even match it up. So where's that bit there, the white bit in this photograph? Have to be over here, wouldn't it? So we're looking at that one there. Is it like yeah, what is it now? I think the 10 kilowatt was more detail. Let me just see if I can find out. I did actually post some information. From surface to depth, how accelerating voltage affects CEM, an electron microscope. A 5 kilowatt accelerating voltage produces images with better surface detail and reduced beam damage compared to 10 kV. This is because low voltages result in shallower electron penetration, minimizing damage to delicate samples and enhancing the visibility of the surface feature. However, 10 kilovolt can be advantageous for imaging deeper into thicker samples or for certain analytical techniques. So it's like zooming in, isn't it? What they're saying there. So the 5 kilowatt volt one has finer detail, and this one has less detail. So that means it's seeing surfaces there that's not quite visible here, even though they exist there. So it's not actually a hole there. So that looks like the edge of it here. Let's see, it looks like an edge there. There's that bit there. There's the edge there, by the looks of it. So this has got more detail, and this has less. So really, this is misleading. If that was 5 and that was 5 and there was a hole there, then you could say it was re-healing itself. But as you can see, they're totally misleading people. And what's this one here? One kilovolts, 5 kilovolts. So it looks like the same sample, 10 kilovolt and 20 kilovolt. So it looks like it's zooming in there, doesn't it? That bit there is looking, this is more in that area there. Times 5,000 times 5,000 times 5,000 times 1,000. So all those other numbers are the same, but they're just changing the kilowatt, and it changes the image, doesn't it? Looks totally different there to there. And that looks different again. And so does that. And you can see the holes are always different. Holes are different there, and holes are different there. It looks like it's zooming in though, doesn't it? So that bit there, it's got to be that bit there, isn't it? There's that little bit that goes up there. See, again, it looks like it's less contrast or brightness. But you can see it's got something in the hole. That one's got more detail. And this has got even more detail. So that there is more detail. And 1 kilovolt is not even going right close to the material surface. It's like zooming out. Zoom in, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. So it's looking at the material in more and more detail going in. I suppose it's like looking into an atom, I suppose. But you can see there it's not self-healing. As an example. Alright, Mick West did post it. This is the ones that they got off the video. I also checked that on the video and saw exactly what he was saying. Now, it's good spotted. Indeed, some deception here. That operator must have known one was 5 kilovolt and the other 10 kilovolt, different zoom level, and not comparing each at the same settings. He also would know about self-healing ceramics and how they work. So I found this video here on how self-healing ceramics work. This Asian guy is trying to create materials used in space, I guess. Let's have a look. Like space shuttle tiles, that sort of stuff.
Ceramics are ordinarily brittle. However,
it's got terrible music.
Pan.
Gotta be careful here.
How was the liquid-like substance generated?
Okay, so I had it bookmarked, but we lost the bookmark. Thanks, Google.
In degrees centigrade. How was the liquid-like substance generated? This photograph.
So they found that the heating up to 1,000 degrees would create this liquid substance that sort of filled in the cracks and reset, and so it would heal the cracks. A bit like iodide, I guess, like glue. And since then, they now got it going at room temperature. They don't need to. They can got self-healing ceramics that work at room temperature. So they were talking about the fragments they got. The silvery fragments had what do you call it? Grid pattern on the back that was manufactured. So yeah, it could be from lots of things. Could be from crashed space debris. Also could be from Black Ops plane crash. It could even be like a dump site there, where they just plowed it on after a crash, plowed it into the mesa and then capped it, right? Maybe there was some radioactiveness there. So yeah, it doesn't rule out the possibility of the mesa having been a dump site. But UFO is a wee bit pushing it. But yeah, it does look like man-made, not alien-made. They even pointed out in the show it looks like it's man-made ceramic. But yeah, this is a really good one where it's talking about how they figured out that they could heal stuff just by getting it hot.
Carbide.
I'll post a link to it anyway. So, that was back in 2018, right? Since then, if I click on that, I've got it working at room temperature. Oop. Click on that. I've got this article here. Seems they found a way to heal at room temperature. That was a recent publication as well. What's going on here? Crazy. No need for thermal treatment. This process heals cracks in ceramic composites at room temperature. So if they can get it going in ceramics, concrete's a wee bit like a ceramic. They also got self-healing concrete. So it's got little diagrams here showing the atoms and how using aluminium oxide matrix and conductivity, putting a current through it, would cause it to self-heal. Remember I was talking about how they could have self-healing fabrics on blimps at the edge of space. Or if you try to shoot it down, they simply would the hot bullet holes would self-heal. It's quite a clever little idea, really. Schemes of crack healing, magnetism induced by anodization and ceramic-based composite upwards, putting a current through it. So yeah, when was that paper written? A year later. So they were looking at 1,000 degrees a year later, and they got it down to room temperature using just electricity. So yeah, you can see how that could be used in black ops, space debris. And they analysed to see what elements it had. And I see their list of elements and ratio seems to match those of man-made self-healing ceramics. And here they talk about, I should have left it open. They talk about it being carbon, oxygen, magnesium, aluminium, right? Remember, I just point out aluminium oxide. A lot of it's got lots of oxygen in it. Carbon, magnesium, and aluminium, and silicon. So it sounds like a man-made material that they're getting out the mesa. What's it from? We don't know. I don't think it'd be used on farm gear. It's from a plane crash of some sort. Or they simply may have just had like a big deep hole in the ground that they left over from mining and just fill it in and bury it just like you do with a normal trash dump. So there's a mystery there. But yeah, it's quite interesting that this could actually be something legit. Well, the magnetic field and frequencies and all that and the dome may not be. But because it's been misled here, when it wasn't actually self-healing, it's just because the detail and one is not the same as the other. Apart from this one here with the electro, what do you call it, the spectro analysis done, seem to match up with these online elements they're talking about. I think there was a chart actually. Let me just open it up again. Have they got a chart of elements? Talking about amps. I think it's in the words though. Aluminium, oxygen, Ti. What's Ti? But you can see oxygen is quite significant, aluminium is significant. But that could be older ceramic that the government was mucking around with, or the space agency, or whatever it was from. Could have been a Russian satellite come down, it could have been anything like that. They've been mucking around with similar shielding techniques to keep their space equipment working in extreme coldness. So it talks about aluminium, it talks about oxygen there. What else we got? Hydrogen, platinum. How about carbon? Is carbon mentioned? Carbon is more current solutions, I would say. So they're talking about the 1,000-degree temperature here. If you had carbon in it, right, that would make it conductive. So it makes sense that you'd want some metals added in. Anyway, it's just some research I was doing on top of it, because Mick says what they're finding isn't self-healing, but it could be still, even though they're misleading us here. Maybe what the guy was showing, he didn't realize he made a mistake. Maybe he didn't do it on purpose, but anyway. I'll post a link to that one, because that one's more interesting results from Skinwalker Ranch. It's just hilarious that they would do that mistake, you know. This is why they don't really look at the technical side of it. You can see it gets quite in depth and it gets boring to most people out there. And the show's meant to be entertainment, right? Ceramics and deception. Now it was Trevor that was blabbing. Oh, see, it's self-healed, but the guy didn't have much time to speak. He may have corrected them, and they may not include that in the edit. He may say, "Hang on, Travis, you're wrong here." So they thought, "Oh no, we can't have that. We've got to cut that guy saying that Travis is wrong, and just leave in the stupid comments instead." So yeah, I suppose we've got to keep a middle ground here. But anyway. I think we're finished with that there. And that one there. And come back to that one. More interesting stuff, I guess. Black Cube we'll come back to. Alright, I've found this, but I'll come back to that one about the REMpods. come back to that. Here we go. Come back to Lee stuff. Come back to that. That's hilarious. Come back to that one. What's this one? Alright. I'll come back to that one. Yeah. Mick West or Greenstreet was posting about that, but we'll come back to it. Right, so I come across a new series I didn't even know existed, which is just up the road from Skinwalker Ranch. It's 20 miles away, and it's called, I don't know if you've heard about it, Blind Frog Ranch. And so I plugged it into the maps to see if actually Google knew about it. And I plugged in Skinwalker Ranch and Blind Frog Ranch. And sure enough, it drew a line between them. And it's they said it was about 20 miles away. It's 34 on that road. What's that one there? How can we get that one lit up? Let's scroll out a bit. Is it really 20 miles away? What's that say there? Can't quite read it. What's that say? 11 miles. So the shortest route. I know. Was it changing? How can we measure this? How was it? How do we do it? Measure tool on this. Can anybody remember? Was it the control key with the right mouse button or something? Let's see. The measurement. Right click. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh no. Now let's reload it. So it still kept it. Okay, right click, measure distance, and then what do you have to do? Can't read what's written there. Right click. No. Clear measurement. I didn't even measure anything. Measure. What's that say there? Click there, and then there. Oh, there we go. What's that say? I can't read it. Can't read it. Total distance 16 kilometers. We're not miles really, don't we? So it's actually less than 20 miles. Oh, here we go. 13 miles. So 13 is 16. Alright, what's happened there? Yeah, 13 from there to there. So I'm not sure where they got 20 on the show from. They said it was 20 minutes, 20 miles away. It's only half that distance really. But anyway, the show's located up here, and basically they're trying to find ancient buried gold from Aztecs, I think it is, because there's a story about some religious leader also found vast gold, whether it was Anchor gold, and made it into coins with his name on it or whatever. But anyway, man, he buried it all. They're trying to find all this missing gold on the ranch, I thought was quite interesting. But I thought, is it really true what they're trying to do? The show comes across very, very scripted. Although the scientist on it I've looked into is legit. They've got a geologist there analysing the thing, and they're spending lots of money drilling big holes into the ground to get into underground caverns, which is quite interesting. They got these huge cavern systems that they know that's there because NASA surveyed it. So it kind of makes me there's some sort of connection to Skinwalker Ranch here. If they're getting the same sort of discoveries, tunnels underneath, and strange things happening to their electronics, the same as Skinwalker Ranch. I just thought it was going like a mockery show of Skinwalker Ranch, but it wasn't. It's actually more interesting, actually, but comes across very fake, a bit like that History Channel. What's it called? Munster Crest, not Munster Crest. What's it called? But anyway, it was some stupid hillbilly type show where they were looking for Bigfoots. It wasn't finding Bigfoot. It was called Mountain Monsters, or something like that. I thought it was more like that. Has a lot of legit stuff in it, but then they go underground and they're in these hazmat suits with their own oxygen supply, and then suddenly the meter on the suit goes off saying they've got hydrogen sulfide gas in the air, and they all panic and try to get out the entrance. If you got those kind of suits on with your own air supply, there's no need to panic about any detection like that. So yeah, it kind of makes me wonder about the show being authentic. But it turns out that someone has done a land check of the thing, and it's owned by the guy that owns the ranch for sure, and it is private property. And there's various things on the show that's got to be legit, and they're spending real money on it, but other things don't add up. I suppose you have to watch it, really. I'm not sure if I've got a link to it at all over here. There's probably strange errors on the other screen, I think. What's going on? I'm gonna have to check out the cabling everywhere. I'm not that I can find it. It might be just a dodgy cable somewhere, or power supply. Again, I get lots of power supplies going bad here. So this is it here. New season's already come out. So Dwayne Ollinger does actually own land. Has sunk everything he has into hunting for what he believes is a vast fortune of gold. But what's interesting, so far they found a rare metal called gallium, which is very high conductive, and it melts at room temperature and looks like mercury. Mercury melts at a lower temperature than that, doesn't it? But it's solid. But as soon as you put it in your hand, it turns into this like mercury. It looks like mercury, and it's meant to be less not toxic. So basically, it's them like Oak Island drilling down, trying to pull out stuff. But they went to this underwater cavern and found these logs all tied together. So they had all these rocks piled up inside it, and they called it a chest or a box, when it's really not a box. It was like all these logs strapped together into a box shape, but had probably some beings underneath holding in the rocks into, and they thought maybe all the rocks had fallen into it and buried the gold bars or whatever in the middle or whatever. So they try and attach a chain to one of the logs, which you never do, and pull it out. Even if you put a chain around all of it to try and pull it out, it would fall to bits because it would have to be 500 years old, and it had rope only tying it all together, and rope degrades, it loses its strength, even though it could be treated with oils, tar and stuff to make it waterproof, because knowing the Aztecs would hide their gold in caves and then flood them to protect it from people trying to get to it, and they would booby trap it as well, but like Indiana Jones. So it's quite interesting, more interesting series than Skinwalker Ranch. Has skinwalkers, has people spying on them. I thought it was really a piss take of Skinwalker Ranch, but it wasn't. But yeah, you can have a look at that if you want to. But if the geologist is meant to be a legit person with qualifications and all that, and he has been on other Discovery Channel shows, so I think they recommended it to the ranch owner to get this guy in to actually analyze the soil for them and work out. And they actually did find some gold nuggets in the soil they poured out from the caverns, which is kind of interesting. It wasn't actually like treasure or anything, but actually real gold nuggets and gold dust or whatever. So makes you wonder if there's any hidden gold on Skinwalker Ranch. It's a shame I can't play a clip of it today, but it's called Blind Frog Ranch, and it's because when he opened up the tunnel, all these frogs come out of the water, but none of them could see. He said they were born in darkness and had lost their eyesight. I'm not sure if that's true because we've not had any other scientists look at the frogs on there. There might even be protected species, you know, and have to halt the mine, and I guess they probably wouldn't want a scientist there to check that sort of stuff. Was that not scrolling? Is it working? No, it looks like it wasn't working. Have I missed any comments? Okay, looks like it's seen it out alright. Have I missed anything here? Countryman, how's it going? I just got off the phone again. It's crazy, I can't even get a break. Sounds like they need you at work. I've got 2 more months, then I can catch these lives all the time. Oh, okay. Oh, we'll get used to you then, being back on the channel again. Michael, making darker parts darker again. Get it on the camera on telescope when changing settings. That's right, it should be real time, but I suppose an electroscope they can't do it in real time, can they? Wouldn't the electron beam interfere with regular TV screen though? How does it work in the cameras? Does it use a regular film and then it scans in the film? But like they did on NASA satellites, then transmits it back to Earth. Apples and oranges. The fact is at the end of the day, no matter what. Yeah, okay, read that one out. Okay. Okay, we're all caught up in the side chat. So there is strangeness on these ranches, obviously, and because they found this galleon, it was drilled into the rocks. So they sent the stupid the son back down under the water because he's got, not only flies the plane, he does deep sea diving or whatever. And he goes back down drills the core samples to get a measurement of how old the wood is, which is probably what they should have done the same day. But they got all scared because all the pipes and things got tangled up. And he's the idiot that tied it onto one log, and the father goes crazy. He says, why don't you put the chain around the whole box? We were meant to be dragging out the whole box, not pull it on one end. But yeah, even the idea of putting a chain around the whole log structure that old was just crazy thinking in my book, when they could just simply take a drill down there, cut a hole in the side and empty it all out into little bags and pull the bags out. But it turns out these rocks they got out, the geologists were smashing it open. It had all these like tubes of gallium in it. So whoever created the rocks drilled holes in it and filled it up with room temperature gallium, which is liquid, and then plugged up the hole, I guess, somehow, so it wasn't obvious, and put it into the water, keep it cool, which keeps it solid. They're saying that maybe the Mayans, not Mayans, what was it? Incas, was it? What did I say? Aztecs. You know, you got the three types down there. Aztecs were great miners of gold and stuff and rare minerals, and they may have found this gallium, didn't know what it was, and found it melted in their hands as well, and maybe just collected it, decided to drill holes in the rock as a way of storing it and hiding it because they thought it was valuable. So we got this new theory that maybe the Aztecs had found it, changing world history, because it was meant to be discovered 300 years later through smeltering, because you could only do it in pits fires, right? So you could heat up the rock or the elements and melt the metals in it into blobs like lead or silver or gold. So yeah, I thought that was interesting, and the show's now 5 years old, and I just hear about it the other day and started watching some of them. Did I post anything there? So they found also, I spelled it wrong, iridium and evidence of asteroid fragments. So on the surface, the geologists found some black rocks, a bit like on Skinwalker Ranch. Suggested there would have been an ancient meteorite impact and debris fell there. That's what he was saying. So I seed it to Brandon Fugel, got no reply, of course. He's not really happy with me now, probably. But yeah. Oh, what's happening there? There's always things going wrong. Looks like it's changed the length of it. Oh shit, what's going on now? Screwed up. See, I hate how you can do that. I hate oh shit. I hate how you can drag these off and creates a new window when you can't turn it off, because accidentally sometimes you're trying to do this sort of stuff and the mouse is not in the right place and it drags the tabs off. So you can just drag that, see, and add it back on normally. It's not going to do it though, because I've got two tabs open, is it? It's just ridiculous. I don't think it's going to let me do it. Drag it back on. Anyway, it's asking me to log in for some reason. Ah, screw it. I probably lost a tab. Anyway, I did get a reply from Brandon on it. The map was very interesting. They got some mapper space maps, and look, there's a fault line that runs all along here, which I kind of think maybe it runs towards Skinwalker Ranch, which could explain a lot of things, where they got a lot of water supply in these tunnels as well. You think those two ranches would be talking to each other, which they probably are, but it hasn't sort of come out on Brandon's feed anyway. He hasn't talked about it. If he has, okay, we're finished with that one, weren't we? Not sure what I'm closing down now. I know we got some stuff at the end here that got added on. Let's tidy it up a bit. You can see it's messing up there. Is it back to normal? No. I'm too scared to do anything now. Seems to go wrong. What have we got here? We'll just talk about REMpods now, and then get onto the other tabs, which is on UFOs. But what we've done here today, talking about the magnetic anomalies and the two ranches, and them finding meteorite, rare mineral elements in the meteorites, iridium, which I believe is radioactive, and it's also blue in color. Sounds very similar to Skinwalker Ranch, similar stuff, and they're getting strange stuff happening. The geologists saying, because there's a lot of this below the ground, he measured it. He said there's like, if you mined it out of the ground, this iridium, there would be $3.5 million worth. So he said, if anything, if you don't find gold, you can mine that instead. Kind of makes me wonder what's also in the ground of Skinwalker Ranch, because they've not got some geologists actually doing core samples and finding out the ratios of stuff, like on this show. They're digging these big holes, and he's analysing what's in the soil as they're digging, which is kind of quite a way to do stuff. I've never seen that done on Skinwalker Ranch. So every time they bring out stuff, Oak Island's probably the only other one that does that sort of thing. They're drilling down and then looking at the core sample for gold and stuff, and wood of beings from the tunnels, right? So these are the REMpods that we were talking about on last weekend, and I wanted to know more about this device. But yeah, basically they sell for like $200 US each, which is ridiculous. You can see it's got sort of colored lights on it, and it's got an antenna on it. So I found this guy that we looked at last time on what was it now? Wasn't the REMpod, but he's also done a REMpod one here. Talking about the stickman, what's that thing called? Kinetics. So he's got one of these REMpods, and he pulls it all apart to see how it's made. And basically here he talks about how two-ray radio, which they use on these shows, interferes with it, triggers it. Talks about how it works. Now it uses electromagnetic energy, and he said it's based on, you can see he opens it up and finds it's mostly little circuit board of this device that's you can buy for $20 and modify it, and that's what they've done. But it's quite interesting how it got invented here. I might just read it out actually, and then we'll go from there. And the best way to read it out is in Microsoft Shaft. Microshaft. I'm not sure what that page was going to there, but we're going to trash it anyway. And see what this guy says about these REMpods as he pulls it apart. Read. There's the read icon. Normally there, isn't it? More actions. Read aloud. There we go.
A closer look. Ghost hunting gadgets, the REMpod. Kenny Biddle. August 2nd, 2021. The hobby of ghost hunting comes with a wide range of gadgets that claim to detect, communicate, and/or capture ghostly evidence. One device I am often asked about is something called the REMpod, which has been a popular ghost hunting tool for several years. I recently attended a ghost conference in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, where I set up my skeptical help booth, and the REMpod was a popular topic of discussion. So, I wanted to take a closer look at this device and explain what it's all about. First up, the REM in REMpod stands for radiating electromagneticity. I could not find a standard definition for electromagneticity even after a few hours of searching. I reached out to my friend Jonathan Vanover, a doctor of computer science, engineer, and college instructor. A few hours later, he wrote back to me, "Looks like a made-up word on the surface, electromagnetic with icity added in." I have found nothing in any real journals. After a bit more digging, I did come across several uses of the term that provide a hint to its meaning: the state, condition, or quality of an electromagnetic (EM) field. It is not uncommon for the paranormal community, especially those selling these gadgets, to latch onto or create sciencey sounding terms to promote unscientific devices. Where did this paranormal gadget come from? It was created by Gary Gawka, an electrical engineer and founder of DAS Distribution, which constructs sound meters, humidity and temperature meters, and lasers for medical and aerospace companies. In addition to these industrial tools, his company website also has a section called Paranormal Research, which offers several other products marketed directly to ghost hunters, including EMF meters, audio players, and of course the REMpod. Gawka started creating these devices after he tragically lost his oldest daughter, Melissa, in a fatal car crash in 2004. Several days later, the family returned home from the hospital and immediately began reporting odd experiences, which the family believed was Melissa attempting to communicate with them. For example, he told the Hartford Courant in 2012, she started doing things like ringing the doorbell, changing TV channels, turning lights on and off. Then one time she came into my room and I felt...
No, in our old house that actually happened to us too. After that guy committed suicide, that used to live up there, and it used to be his favourite place, apparently. He had a mental problem, depression and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, he gassed himself in the car. So we started renting it out also to other students, well, really couple older students that come over to study, or they were over there on working contracts for various things, right? And one of it was this Chinese lady with her two younger sons, and they went in the flat after that guy had left it, and they started talking about that it's haunted up there. And that's before we actually took paranormal seriously in the early days. And Dad was laughing, and And they said that they'd be sitting there and the TV would be changing channels or turn off and on when they're watching it. And other stuff going on. And they didn't stay up there too long. Probably only like 3 months and they were gone. So yeah, I think they got freaked out about it. But one day I did hear what I thought they were upstairs. And I was the only person home. Off the drawer underneath the bed, the waterbed, because they had a waterbed up there, slide open and close again, and then I realised that there was no one home. The Chinese family were out, and so yeah, they were definitely getting some strange stuff happening up there. So yeah, I can understand that maybe this is a true story of why the guy invented the REMpod to try and communicate with the daughter. So there you go. Changing the channels, a lot of people write off as because it uses infrared, but it's encoded, right? So how could you get it turning off and on and changing channels not more than once at random times of the day? Being interference from something, like a radio transmitter nearby. I just don't see it. That's a good question, because I've never had it happen to me. I've never seen TV change channels and turn off and on like they were claiming. I don't know any of you out there noticed. Is it possible? I know TAPS used to talk about it on their first investigation, that it could be interference, but I don't see how. Is it possible for a TV using IR remote to change channels from interference? Because I've never seen it happen. AI. It's possible for a TV remote to be affected by interference, causing unintended channel changes or other actions. I've never had it happen to me. This can happen when signals from other devices, even those not specifically designed for the TV, interfere with the IR receiver. But yeah, but if there's no other remotes up there, other TVs, so I think there was only one TV with one remote. I think they may have had like a Game Boy or something like that, but I don't remember them having any major electronics like TV, their own TV or other radios. Other IR devices, remotes for other electronics like DVD players, cable boxes, or even some toys can send signal. Now I've got Chinese remotes that can they often use the same codes on their remotes, so you could have a IR remote for a clock that also is used for changing a like an Android TV. I've got a remote on a what do you call it, a speaker. The same remote controls are used on the clock, so if you try and increase the volume on the speaker, it changes the clock time, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, that's the only way I can see that would happen. Right, from other signal overlap. If two IR signals are sent at the same time, no, they didn't have two remotes. Ambient IR noise. While TV IR receivers are designed to filter out ambient IR light, some sources of IR light, like certain types of fluorescent lights, can potentially cause losses. Well, there's no fluorescent lights that are up there. They've had regular light bulbs, the old kind. Well, it's not always a problem. IR codes are specific. Each IR remote has a unique set of codes. Yeah, so you got the coded signal, so it's got to pick up that coded signal to know it's going to change the channel, right? Line of sight. IR remotes require a direct line of sight to the TV. Had to minimize interference, reduce ambient IR sources, turn off or more devices. Reposition devices. Well, if it's like a device they were using, right, like a Game Boy, you'd expect the channel to be changing every time, and work out that the device was interfering with the remote on the TV. You'd figure that out, right? Move the TV to other devices so the IR sensors are not directly facing each other. So none of that happened. So I just can't see how you get interference. If none of that applies, right? I think Ghost Hunters was saying CB radios used on because it was a fire station they're investigating. Let's see. How can we word that? Can TVs change channel due to CB radio? See what comes up with that. Television sound routed through radio CD player. No. See, the AI didn't kick on that one. No. Due to radio interference, maybe. I'm pretty sure that's what they said was causing it, but analog TV channel interference solutions needed. What's this one? Which does changing channels on that to make it? No. Does CB still interfere with digital TV? Digital TV signal can easily be disrupted if your CB and amplifier are producing crap on a TV channel. So that's talking about analog TV, right? That wouldn't change channels or turn it off and on. So yeah, I'm saying bullshit on that claim. Yeah, I'll just carry on reading this. Have you had anything strange like that, Michael? A faulty remote, yeah, okay. So if you wobbled the remote, it was like pressing a button, you're saying. I think they checked out on the TAPS show, the fire engine. They checked out the remote, changed the batteries and all that sort of stuff. And I don't think they got anything strange happen. But if it was a faulty remote, you should be able to bang it and muck around with it, right, and get it to happen. Not randomly. So yeah, I find AI, unless you've got similar remote or it's got similar frequencies because it's encoded, very impossible to interfere with channel changing, right? And also you're talking about light switching on here too, turning lights on and off. Now I only get that with non-physical lights in the house with the LED sensor lights. It doesn't really say what type of lights they got there, but anyway, quite interesting though that this guy invents a device to communicate with his dead daughter.
Felt her sit on the edge of the bed. Gaka was inspired by these personal
Yeah, so he felt her sit next to the bed. Now this is similar to the experiences I've had with things jumping on me. But yeah, it's not the first time we've heard about people seeing the mattress dip down or seeing a lump in the bed, like someone was sitting there, or actually feeling someone sit down.
experiences to create devices that he believed would allow him and others to communicate with spirits. His devices have been featured on the Travel Channel series Ghost Adventures, causing them to become extremely popular. The REMpod has evolved over the past few years, incorporating additional options to satisfy customer requests. For our purposes, I will be examining the original version, which I acquired and disassembled in 2019. On the outside, the original REMpods main body is a black 4-inch PVC coupling, the kind you can pick up at any hardware store for around $2. The top of the device has a telescoping antenna, a small speaker, and what appears to be 4 sections of a hot glue stick, yes, the kind that goes into a hot glue gun. When the device is turned on, the glue sticks can be illuminated via a different colored LED underneath each one.
I think that's quite
The
clever,
antenna, glue sticks, and speaker are set in a thick layer of resin, which also includes cut-up chunks of additional glue sticks, likely cheap filler. On the bottom of the device is a 9-volt battery pack and the on-off button. When I cracked open the device, I found something interesting. There are 4 LEDs, which illuminate the glue sticks, some wire, and the main component, a junior Theremin circuit. The junior Theremin circuit is a miniaturized, novelty version of a Theremin, which comes in a hobby kit from a company called MadLab and can be purchased for about $20. The internal parts are sandwiched between the 2 layers of cardboard and resin/glue sticks.
So you know what I've done? I've gone and ordered one of these, made in China, AliExpress. Costs a wee bit more than $20 though, but it's a bit more specialized. I thought that would be good as also part of my meters I have for checking for paranormal activity. I thought, since I can't afford a REMpod, I can afford a $20 US or $30 US device to play around with, which is on AliExpress, pre-made already. Where is it? Okay, we're reading out that one. This thing here, professional Type C Theremin mini electronic musical instrument. So I thought that would be more interesting on ghost shows, is having something like this instead of just a REMpod that makes a noise and blinks lights. Maybe they could play a tune on it even. So yeah, if you open up the page here, you can see it a bit better. So yes, it's New Zealand dollars, not very good, but it's about $30 US, and that's a lot cheaper than paying was it $200 US. So you can see it's got a clear case, which is kind of cool, so you can see the electronics inside and the chips, and it's got this little musical keyboard here. And it's got a wave. You can just select a different wave, I guess, but like a synthesizer. You got volume, I guess, and other selections down the side here. I don't know how it does it though. There's probably some push buttons. There we go, push buttons, is it? To select it. It's also got 2 antennas instead of 1. And I guess you put your hand in between the 2 antennas and cut the beam, a bit like you do on the REMpod, and play a tune. But I thought that would be a good thing, similar to a REMpod, probably a bit more fun, and you could always resell it later if you didn't, or give it away as a Christmas gift to some kid or whatever. But yeah, it looks like it's got a charge circuit there, DC in, speaker, what else it got? Auxiliary output even. Headphones, so you can plug headphones in so you don't annoy people, and the 2 antennas. So yeah, I thought that would be really good to, maybe I'll do a video and demonstrate it when I get it, but yeah, maybe I could just leave that on in the hallway, see if it triggers. But we'll go back to what this guy was saying about it. He reckons a 2-way radio, which I don't have, can cause it to trigger. I'm not sure what else would cause it to trigger, but be something to muck around with.
Sticks. The revelation here is that the REMpod is not some brand new invention designed for the ghost hunting community. It is a hobby kit that has been repackaged and sold at an inflated price. This strategy is like another device I reviewed not too long ago, the vibration-activated light sphere. That device was marketed directly to ghost hunters, even though it was nothing more than a repackaged cat toy. The inspiration for the junior theremin comes from its namesake, the theremin, an electronic musical instrument controlled without physical contact by the thereminist, performer. It is named after its inventor, Leon Theremin, born Lev Termen, who patented the device in 1928. The theremin consists of a box with 2 metal antennas, each of...
So, I probably could look up this guy inventor. There he is. And let's see. Because back then he wouldn't had the chips and electronics we have today. He would have built our valves, but like the old TVs. Which is quite cool that he built something like that with measuring interference and turn it into a musical instrument. Where's the search thing? It normally has Google search. Maybe I have to add it onto that list. Let's just do it in the other browser meantime. Yeah, I'll post a link to all this so you can get it yourself if you're interested to play around with it. I actually did give this information to Colleen and Maya, the guests that we had on, just in case they're interested in getting one and playing around with it on their what's it come up with that one again? I thought I'd just cut the words, but obviously it's not working, is it? Looks like it didn't work. Typical of Edge. I think I probably should do it in here, shouldn't I? The search. Whereabouts was it? Down here somewhere. The guy's name. I can't see his name. Oh, here he goes. Let's move location. It's not going to let me do it, is it? Because it's a click link. Alright, that's going to. It's just that Microsoft Edge is a load of crap. Alright, here we go. So let's have a look at this guy. So he invented it when? So he was alive between 1896 to 1993. So there you go, he's got his musical instrument there. And there's his antenna. And I guess the other antenna's down here. So I wonder if we got any videos of him playing it, because that would be pretty cool. So he did it in 1927. That's back in the Raven days, wasn't it? With the liquor bans and all that. So he's a Russian. Wonder what made him invent that. They had a lot of inventors back then, mucking around with electricity because it was like new. 1927. When was the first valves come out? Wouldn't have been. It would have been about then, wouldn't it? First valve electronics. What year did that all come out? Sort of about 1998 there, but I want it before then. what do you call it? First, what they used to call them? Electro tubes or something? Votic tubes or electro, what they used to call them? Votic valve tubes? I don't know. A TV used to glow with them in a wooden case of all thing. Valve tube. Electrostatic valve, also known as a diode or Theremin valve. 1904, so it was in that period when they first come out. Vacuum tube, 1904. Theremin oscillation valve. First vacuum tube. I suppose that was called a vacuum tube, wasn't it? 1904, so yeah, 20 years of mucking around with it. Okay, that makes sense. I wonder if there's any videos of him. Okay. Videos. He changed spine forever. With his 1940s. Yeah, so he lived to 1993, wasn't it? Serial bug or top secret 1940s Soviet eavesdropping device. So that's what he was up to. Well, there you go. You never know what you're going to find when you look into these things. The weirdest instrument. Oh, that must be it. I don't know if it's him playing it. Probably be copyrighted stuff though. World history. Come on. Gulag. Lagging Google. Well, Gulag is in prison camp, isn't it?
This is one of my favorite instruments ever invented. It's also by far the weirdest. If you didn't know what it was, and you were asked to guess, you'd probably say it's some kind of scientific instrument, and not a musical one. And you wouldn't be entirely wrong. I'm the...
Okay, so we know what it's about.
Min found himself studying in newly renamed Petrograd.
Okay.
The modern era of electronics began with the light bulb.
Damn it.
And planned on going to St. Petersburg University to study physics.
These buttons are all too close. The timeline and all that. There we go. That's pretty cool. I don't think my gadget from AliExpress is going to sound that good.
One of the great things about working with electromagnetic waves in the early part of the 20th century.
So that would be like the first synthesizer almost, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's interesting what you can find out on these things. Ghost hunting to this. How it's all related. Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Most of their business outside of music, not
Well, let's see you play it, mate.
intervening time.
So there's an antenna here, right? And this is very similar to the AliExpress one. And he's got an antenna up here. So it must detect a breakage in the field between there and there, right? So it gives you all that for your hand to interrupt the beam. Depending on the distance, I guess it measures distance through voltage changes and then changes the pitch of it, right?
Quality to the sound.
Oh, there you go. reckon that's pretty cool. But anyway, I'll post a link to that. You can watch more of it if you want. Get back to the REMpod, I suppose. So yeah, circuits can go wonky due to moisture, etc. It happens a lot. Yeah, especially if you drop your drink on it, right? Anyway, can't even spell his name. How was his name spelt? Theremin. Theremin. Video. Since we used the video, we might as well plug the guy. Might be worth having a check out of his whole video there, watching it properly. Hopefully he doesn't give us copyright nor Google over that old-fashioned music there, but you never know. I'll let you know. I'll post a comment if I get a copyright claim on this nonsense. But anyway, back to this article.
Each of which create an electromagnetic field. The thermist stands in front of the instrument, moving his or her hands closer or farther from each antenna. This forms a capacitor between the thermist's hands and the antennas. The capacitance of the electromagnetic field varies by the distance between the player and the instrument. One antenna controls the pitch, while the other controls the volume. The closer your hands are to the antennas, the higher the pitch and/or volume. This process is scaled down significantly for the junior theremin. This hobby kit version has only one antenna, which is a short length of wire with a much more limited pitch range. Your hand, or any conductive material, also needs to be within 6 inches of the antenna to activate the device. When it comes to ghost hunting, enthusiasts typically use the REMpod as a spirit communication device. The device is placed in an allegedly haunted location, room, hallway, staircase, etc., and ghost hunters begin asking various questions. The ghosts are directed to touch the device or make it light up. A positive response occurs when the device lights up and makes noise, and the spirits are thanked for their participation. In my interactions with them, most ghost hunters are convinced ghosts are causing the device to react and that they are indeed communicating with spirits of the dead.
They normally back it up with other claims though, like they normally ask questions in a certain way where it can't be accidentally triggered or randomly triggered. But if people are using a CDB radio, it doesn't mean that the production crew don't know this and triggering pressing the button on one of the remotes on the radio transmitters to cause it to go off, right? So they might be pranking the ghost hunters or interfering with their investigation just to boost the ratings. So it may not be the ghost hunters themselves that are being deceptive, but the actual the film crew that got following them. That's why I liked Ghost Adventures to start with, because they did all their own camera work, and it was only them. There was no other people in the team. And because as he got bigger and bigger, they got less believable and less more deceptive, I think, than the early ones they did. But yeah, I think it's quite an interesting device. Makes sense that even if it's a multiverse and portal going on, that it could trigger electromagnetic disturbance, that this thing could pick it up, right? So I think it's a really good instrument to play around with, especially if you were ghost hunting. Even though it has its problems, but if you do it in the right way, if you do it with EMF meters at the same time, if they're a triggering next to it, and put it in a Faraday cage, there's no reason why you couldn't stick, some mesh around it, like I was talking about Skinwalker Ranch before. You could probably, one of those food coverings, you could put a wire mesh. Just use one of those food covers, keep flies off things. They use like a nylon net, where you could just replace that with a Faraday cage netting and put it over the device, and if that triggers through that mesh, then you know it can't be anything to do with CB radios or whatever, you know, or interference, because it's isolated. So yeah, I think there's ways you can do it, and of course you've got your tape recorders with the EVPs going off as well. Like, get out of here, yes or no. Some of them are clear to hear. You might pick out one or two words in a sentence or something, and then they sort of guess what the other words are. But yeah, being skeptical is good, but being super critical and single-minded is not good either. So yeah, as a scientist, you should explore these ideas, and that's where the electronic voice phenomenon come from. Is that they started experimenting with tape recorders to see if they could communicate using them, and found they got voices on them, which in the early days they did it reel to reel, and they still got recordings of old-fashioned microphones, right? Could you get interference from that? It's probably less likely than it is on modern society today. I don't think any radio transmitter back in the old days would have interfered with old early mics. I just can't see it happening. But anyway, it doesn't mean it wasn't also faked, some of it, but I think there was, you might remember the poltergeist one from the UK. What was it? Enfield, was it? The guy had reel-to-reel tape recorders, taping their sessions. So yeah, a lot of these old investigators did use the old tape systems to document things. But so you recorded to talking funny for hours on end, which you can't do, you know. If anyone tries to do a strange voice like that girl was doing, your voice eventually croaks and you can't do it anymore, right? So yeah, people saying, oh yeah, we can always fake a voice like that, but you can't do it for hours or half an hour straight, you know. You could do it probably 5 minutes and then need to have a drink or something.
Dead. There are several episodes of Ghost Adventures where this scene plays out, as well as hundreds, if not thousands, of YouTube videos showcasing similar situations. In the event the ghost hunters receive no response, the questions are often repeated multiple times, or the ghost hunters move on to different questions until the device eventually lights up. This is a similar method to that used during EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, sessions, where ghost hunters are waiting for a vocal response rather than hearing a tone played along with some lights. If no response comes at all, I often hear excuses such as the spirits don't want to talk tonight, or it doesn't always work, but it worked great last time. So, is this device really interacting with spirits? I find it highly unlikely. Well, honestly, no. First, there is the ever-present issue that if ghosts did exist, which is still unconfirmed, we have no idea what physical properties they would possess or how they would interact with the environment.
Yeah, so there you go, one-sided straight away. He's a scientist skeptic, right? But has he actually gone out in the field and actually done it, you know? Has he set up an experiment where you can disprove it as interference and then prove it beyond doubt? It's just saying, no, I doubt it, you know. It doesn't prove to anybody that he's correct.
Environment. Therefore, we don't know how to test for such entities. The Junior Theremin kit requires a conductive material to be in close proximity for it to make noise, and we have no idea if ghosts would have such a physical property to be able to do so. Second, the conditions under which these devices are used does not prevent contamination by real-world influences disrupting the electromagnetic field. Enthusiasts place the device out on its own and fail to establish basic experimental controls to prevent tampering, either accidental or deliberate. For example, a two-way radio, the kind often used by production crews to keep in contact with separate teams, can trigger the REM pod quite easily. In simple tests I've performed, Radio transmissions from a two-way radio can disrupt the REMpods EM field from distances between 20 feet outdoors to almost 40 feet indoors. Additionally, it was quite easy to set off a REMpod while I was on floors either above or below the device. Because a majority of ghost hunts take place inside buildings, a two-way radio becomes a potential confounder and liability. Also, this flaw brings into question its use on reality television, because a crew member off-camera could easily activate a two-way radio at any time, causing a REMpod to seemingly respond to questions as if by an unseen force. A simple yet effective experimental control I consistently recommend for this device is the use of a properly constructed Faraday cage/box, such as the one pictured, which is an enclosure that is used to shield things from electromagnetic fields, both static and non-static. They can be made from a continuous covering of conductive material or from a fine mesh of conductive material. Faraday cages are named after their inventor, the English scientist Michael Faraday, who came up with the concept in 1836. By placing the REMpod inside such a cage, stray radio signals are prevented from reaching the REMpod's antenna, and thus its electromagnetic field remains undisturbed.
So if I was doing Ghost Adventures, that's what I'd do and prove a point that it still triggers, right? If you can't get it to trigger, then it puts doubt into it being used as a paranormal communication. I always thought that you could get enough of these REMpods and make a big keyboard, a QWERTY keyboard where the ghost could tap out what they mean by lighting up the device. But there'd have to be a big keyboard, wouldn't it? So they don't interfere with each other. Was it 6 inches they said it has to be away from? But it'd be interesting to see if it would work, right? A bit like a spirit board, and then they could just go do it, do, and then you could play it back and actually read what they're saying. If it did it so fast, right, and spelled out sentences, that would be like you'd have to slow it down on the video and say this is just amazing that something's communicating with us at that speed. It can't be faked that way. Even with stray radio signals, you wouldn't get words forming. So I think that would be a really good experiment to do, but no one's ever done it. I suggested it. I think I did it. Suggested it on X and also forums to Ghost Adventures, but no one was brave enough to do it. And even ghost hunters. I said, "Can you do this experiment?" They could afford it because they had the television funding. 26 letters in the alphabet, 26 times 200, what's that work out? I just rounded to 30, that's $6,000, is it? Something like that, or even if it was $60,000, still very affordable experiment, especially if they're making millions of dollars off these shows. So yeah, he goes on a bit here. Do we need to read out any more? And closing, the device is overpriced. Novelty, much like a repackaged cat toy. The REMpod provides no usable data. Right, I don't really agree. It can be organized in such a way it would be good data, and even if it did, the lack of experiments, mental controls during common use would render any data useless. So yeah, this sounds more like a Mick West type person, but you can actually email them. I'll post a link to it anyway. But yes, good information he gave us there about that guy, at least. REMpod skeptic. I better get moving on, I suppose. Looking at all this technical stuff today. It's gonna blow your minds. More technical discussions here than on any Skinwalker Ranch episode. and we only got 10 people watching. But yeah, we got to understand it and break it down. Okay, so yeah, that was quite good. Close that down. Did I post a link to the device if you want to get one yourself? Could you imagine Cat breaking that and jumping backwards to put his head to sniff it and go trigger it? That would be funny. Did I post a link to it? Oh no, that was a video. Yeah. Boy. I don't think you would need a REMpod, you just need one of these little gadgets. A lot more fun. Yeah, I don't think that's going to fit though, is it? It might do. Alright, looks like it went. I thought that was something I had to bring up about the REMpod because we talked about it last week. So that's what it looks like you can buy. I think there's a version 1, a version 2 and a version 3 now. Now they've got version 3 that also detects temperature variance and flashes the LEDs. So not only does it trigger the sound, if we get a cold spot, it also triggers, not sure if it makes a different sound or doubles the sound up or whatever. Is that the inventor there? Maybe you can hire them from those people anyway. Someone's got a coffin variant. Little coffin with antenna out of it. REMpod spirits. Anyway, finish with that. Finished with that. And we're finished with that. Yay! Okay, let's go through the stuff. Got a bit to go through here, haven't we? Alright, so what's the first one? Multiple UFOs spotted coming out of the ocean and passing over Barcelona, Spain. Okay, let's have a look at this garbage. So, can we see what it is? Looks like buildings with antennas. And not sure what that is. Okay. It's like a building with chimneys, antennas. What's this here? Big antenna there. Why does it sound like a jet engine going on? That looks like it's some sort of plane, doesn't it?
¿Pero y qué son esas cosas? ¿Has visto lo bajo que va? ¿Pero qué es?
So you can see the orange, the red light and the overexposed regular landing lights blocking out the red one. But you can also see it blinks and it sort of makes a funny shape. So you can see it blink occasionally, which is like the red strobe light. Okay, so is it just simply planes moving along? Or Chinese landers? Or LED balloons? Let's say it's coming out the ocean.
Creo que salen de la playa.
Well, I guess that's the ocean there, looking down on the ocean next to the shoreline. With those fog clouds.
Creo que salen de la playa, ¿eh? Mira, mira, mira.
I wouldn't say it's coming out of the ocean. Looks like it's just coming through the fog layer, right?
Con el otro lado se tiene que ver, el otro plazo. Pero que no, Cari, que de allí que vas a ver.
Is it fake? It's possible. But it looks like it's being filmed through a window. I'm not sure what all that noise in the background
Señores,
is.
esto es increíble.
I don't think it's some sort of fan or aircon, is it?
Pero estos no son aviones. Ni de chimbo. Ni de coña, tú.
To me, it just looks like planes on a path line to the airport. That's what it looks like coming out of fog layer. Well, who's this boy? Doesn't say much there, does it? Looks like planes. First one, jet or jet nearby. I can't hear it, but some look like Chinese lanterns. I think they may be all planes actually. What's other people say? UFOs reportedly seen emerging from the sea. I don't think so. Not an ocean, but Mediterranean. Any sightings near Glacier or those great regions. Do you guys still believe in this very fake? I don't know if it looks fake. Could be just military jets returning back to base, right? That was a plane. You can literally hear the engines. Yeah, it sounds like engines, doesn't it? But it's a bit hard to know. What else we got? No one else talking about it. So yeah, I don't know about that one. UFOs, aliens, no, but again, this is where the apps come in useful, right? I'm just going to say that looks like planes, all planes. Okay, next one. Okay, the crew filmed it from space station. It's a huge V-shaped mothership. Okay, we've been through these ones before, I think, but if not, we'll go over it.
The most amazing. Look at that. Look that craft.
Okay, so straight away I noticed that voice. Isn't it Jamie Mazan? UFO denies foolishly say it's CGI. No, it's not CGI.
That's huge.
I know exactly what this is. It's part of the space station, and that is the robot arm with the knuckle joint. That's exactly what it is, and the video's probably been cropped or edited.
That's hundreds or thousands of kilometers long.
Jamie Masson has got to be a bigger shield than third phase of the moon, right?
This man recorded this live, then was erased.
He must be absolutely sick, Jamie Masson, is all I can say.
Thanks to him, we can watch this. The most amazing.
Yeah, thanks to other videos of exactly the same thing, we can debunk it. Space station robot arm, I said. Let's see. It's done that again. It's funny how the monitor hasn't gone crazy, really. Nice try, release Epson files. Who's he talking to? I don't think they got anything to do with the Epstein files. AI has made me not believe almost every video. Angel of the Lord. Ridiculous comments here, isn't it? This is the kind of idiots that people follow these idiots posting fakes, you know. This video is several years old. It's entirely that there's moments where the ship is in crisp clarity. These people are so stupid. It's years old and it's been debunked by me and many others since. Klingon. That's what you get in a toilet bowl as a Klingon. People, stupid people in ufology, they really are. But anyway, someone's asked Mick West about this, and I thought, oh, well, we'll just put his up. But what did they say here? The crew filmed it from the space station as a huge V-shaped mothership, 1 kilometer in size. Several UFOs are moving in and out of the mothership. They appear to be investigating the performance. I didn't see any UFOs entering
The
it.
most amazing. Look at that. Look that craft. That's huge.
So I wonder if we can actually find the image straight off the bat. ISS. Just try that in. Images. Let's see if we can find the V shape. These are far away shots though. We probably need to go through the cupola where they got the camera inside the bay. How do we spell it? Cupola view. Here we go. There's the cupola. Looks like something from Star Wars. And that's where they look and also have their cameras. They don't have them in space because the cameras would break from the heat as well as the extreme cold. Unless they're properly designed to handle that. But yeah, all the cameras are filmed through these 5-layer glass windows. Oh look, V-shape. There's the robot arm in that one, but it's on the wrong angle. But it comes down, and someone's just cropped it out right. You can see it's wiggly wobbly. So they probably filmed it on that joint there, because that one looked like the most extreme joint there. And they probably cropped that rest of it off. But yeah, let's see if we can find one that's dangling down. Pattern matching. Probably have to put robot arm in, probably. There it is there, is it? In fact, they've got a couple of robot arms. They've got one there, haven't they? Oh, here we go. Oh, can see a bit of it. Yeah, the mouse is playing up. Let's try robot arm. Okay, there we go. There we go, there's the V shape on that one. Needs to be more in the middle though. There we go out a bit. There we go, robot arm. So you could imagine it when they got it up this way. And they'll just crop out the rest of it here. Just cut that out there. So then you got a big V-shaped mothership. There we go. Just crop out the rest of it there. And there you go. We got the James on video. There. There's the bit in the middle. Where's the thing? A bit in the middle. Doesn't really show it on this one. That one. Oh, there we go. Other direction. There's a bit in the middle there. As they bend it in more, it goes into a vertical bit. It's quite bendy, that thing, isn't it? Anyway, we see what Mick West put down for it. He also got asked about it here. This V-shaped mothership is edited version of the real NASA video. It shows part of the ISS. He doesn't say robot arm. Deceptively cropped, not a mothership. Okay, so there's a robot arm there. Here's got side by side. No. It doesn't really debunk it though, does it? Really, you should crop it the same and then overlay it. But you can see it is. Is it the same person? Yeah, it is. Look, same person. What is that? Japanese person? How did they crop it? Let's have a look. Okay. Not only did they crop it, they made it blurry as well. Oh, Jamie, my son, aren't you a fool? Yeah. Can you get it in focus? Go away, go away. Get it in focus? No. But yeah, you can see that's definitely the robot arm. There's the two segments there. But that's not the same as the video. Oh, there it is. There's a bit at the end there where it gets the bit in the middle down because it changes the shape. So yeah, they cropped it out. There's a bit in the middle. There's a Klingon craft. Anyway, enough of that garbage. We debunked that years ago, Mick West. I don't know why he's doing it now. On to the next one. We held off on posting this. Aliens last night. Did they get drunk on the last night? Because honestly, we weren't sure if it was real. Come on. But now the major outlets like NBC are covering it. Here's the footage. A supposed alien caught on a Ring camera. Yeah, that's going to be really authentic, right? Oh shit, the TV's gone off. Come on, turn back on. That's going to run into problems. No CGI, no effects, just one bizarre moment caught in tape. So let's have a look. So what are we looking for, people? I saw something move quickly at the bottom. Was that Pussycat? Well, slowing it down. What is it even filming? It was like a hanging basket with lights, is it? Or is it water hoses or what? Did you see anything strange? There was something at the bottom. Dear God. Oh, terrible. Terrible. I don't even need sound. It's got no sound. Yeah, it's really makes it really credible. I'm trying to get it so we can mute the damn thing. There it is. Okay. So it looks like it's a screen grab of some other video, that's why. I was clicking up here. Alright, there we go. Now we can see what's going on. Alien caught on ring camera. So I had a look at this before reading the comments, of course. Looks like something stepping. Looks like it's stepping, taking steps. Kind of looks strange. Happens really quickly. Trying to zoom in. It's not really defined there. So what do you think it is? Do you think it's an alien? Let's go back out of it. What's that? What have I done now? Okay. Looks like a step there. Then it seems to pause. It's not really stepping, it's moving still. Then it looks like another step there. Now I can see something at the front of it here. So it's cutting. Looks like something in black behind it there. It looks to me like something here with black going upwards. To me it looks like maybe a rubbish bag or a shopping bag and someone's holding it. And someone wearing black. It looks like maybe a leg, an arm. I think someone's wearing black pants, stepping forward there, right? It looks like a shopping bag or something like that. White shopping bag. And what's the other one? Also a white shopping bag, but why would you have two in one hand? I suppose it's possible. Normally put one in each hand, carry it in the house, right? Sometimes I do carry two though, myself. So, why can't we see his hand though? It looks like something moving up here, right? It's such a low quality video. Looks like something black here going around. So the person's real head is getting lost behind the sign. Looks like someone wearing like a black top with black trousers. Maybe to create a fake, maybe. Maybe that's it's faked on purpose rather than being accidental. So it changes shape there, like it's changing angle as it's moving along. A slopey street, maybe a driveway going downwards. You'd have to see the daytime outside there, wouldn't you? Anyway, what's people saying? There's someone in all black carrying white trash bags. Yep, I agree. And no one actually posted any other comments, just us two. What's that there? So I didn't unmute that, but it's unmuted itself. I really hate X. X is a load of crap. Looks like a street going down this way, doesn't it? There's a house up here. Looks like it's a road that goes up and turns. Probably someone walking past the shop, and they got a camera looking out from the window there for security, probably. So I can see why the news channels would use that. Okay, so AARO released a new video here. Releases 2 new unsolved videos of spherical UAPs. Africa 2022. AARO cannot determine whether the observed signature originates from a physical source, either as a thermal emission or a thermal reflection, or a sensor display error. Okay, so let's have a look. And that's from Neil Goodman, whoever it is. Another crap video from the Navy. From the military. No HD footage. It's all thermal rubbish. So what do you see, guys? Anything? Looks like clouds going past. So is it the plane moving through low clouds there? And that's the second video, is it? Looks like they've got the camera moving now. But how come the clouds are not moving now? I can see it looks like a lens going around this way. Oh yeah, man, that's aliens for sure, man. What garbage videos that we get from the government, right? They got to have better than this crap. So we're gonna have to zoom in on it because we can't see anything, can we? Zooming in. Okay, now we can see across here. Anything else? We can see, looks like north is this direction. Oh look, could it be something there? I just saw a circular thing. Oh, there it is, little tiny circle. Any other circles? What crap video, man. Can we see circles? Yeah, there it is. There's that little circle going up and down. But what's actually moving? The plane, the camera, or the thing, or all three? So they're not sure if it could be a camera artifact. Looks like it's above one cloud anyway. There it comes. Oh, exciting. Don't wet your knickers, people. The first alien video. Looks like it's above the clouds. Could it be some sort of sensor artifact? Possible. Looks like a dead pixel to me. I don't know. I'd say more likely could be camera looking down on a weather balloon again. Kind of looks like a damn balloon, doesn't it? Could it be a Chinese balloon? Spy balloon. Oh look, I saw something fly through here. Not only that one there, but there's something else that passed quite really quickly. Whereabouts is it? Happens only in a few seconds. So this looks like the same thing. And it's heading towards the same direction. So it could be a bunch of balloons, right? Just, you know, it could be just typical Mylar balloons we're looking at. So you're getting two things. How could it be a sensor problem? One thing you could say it could be a sensor problem, some sort of reflection. But when you get two that look exactly the same, is there any more on that? So far we got two objects. Is there anything over here? One there. Can't see anything else. Yeah, there's that one zooming past there. So we've got several layers of cloud, obviously. But anyway, it's going to be over Africa. I guess they have winds over there too. Oh, right, here's another one, another video. Unsolved UAP report. Africa at 1-2, two objects can be seen. At 1-5, two objects can be seen flying by quickly. So I reckon there's two objects. Okay, let's have a look at this one. There's north this way this time. We've got clouds, mist going past. Looks like another camera. Let's zoom in a bit. Square brackets of a camera, square bracket, square bracket, square bracket. And there's the other video. On a different mode, by the looks of it. Did they flip around the colours or something? God, I hate all videos. I don't know about you guys. It's so boring. I'm not seeing anything. Oh yeah. It's got to be a really small black dot, isn't it? I can see a square. Aha, there we go, a little dot. I think I just saw it. That's moving very quickly. It's a bug. I don't know. Could be a balloon again. Hard to know. It's not doing anything amazing. Oh, there's one. Zoomed off that direction. Is it coming through the clouds and going upwards? I don't know if Mick West has looked into that one. What did I say? Another high-res drop from billion-dollar weapons system. Black dots are so aliens, laugh out loud. Just more disinformation of spy balloons. Move consistent with an object manipulated by the wind. A balloon. First object given the angle it flies at suggests a bird. Was there actual reports to the height of the sensor or objects? Well, we know birds can get up to 20,000 feet. But to me that just looked like typical balloons in different air currents, different levels, right? One looks smaller than the other. Anyway, I'll post a link to it, see what you think. Have a look on your own screens, but yeah, it's pretty boring. AARO orbs, new vids. Oh god, how we've been going for a long time, haven't we? How are we going? Four hours? Surely not. Gonna have to wrap up soon, I guess. Let these guys get asleep. I think Michael King might have fallen asleep. How many got out there? I better do an update here. Oh, what happened there? Oh, right, it's doing that annoying self-opening business, isn't it? That solves that problem. Now let's see, do an update. Do hit a like if you like the show today. It's unscripted, and I'm not sure what I'm gonna put my thoughts together during the show to explain things or reveal things to you. It gets a bit complicated at times, as you can see. Yeah, so we got 3 watching across the board there. 3 pilled, 3 tubes, and 3 rumble. Well, 5, but 4 likes, 9 on YouTube, and rumble 2, the usual 2. Thanks guys on pilled, and especially YouTube. YouTube normally was the downer channel. Yeah, so all the billions on high weapons systems, and that's the best footage they can get. That's just garbage, isn't it? Yeah, Mark Antonio. Laughing at Mark D. Antonio. This 2 octopus kites are bird mirroration. I think it's wrong. Hang on, good. To wet the throat. Why didn't they ask you? Unfortunately, I don't have the videos, but I've got a snapshot of them. So on the show, they brought up this here, and these 2 objects are flying back and forth, and they've got these flappy bits, and you've seen them before as well. And there's a bit more focused. Does that look like a bird commemoration to you? You know, Mark Antonio. I don't know if that's his first guess, or they cut and cropped it, or whatever, changed what he said. But he's meant to be like the MUFON expert. If he can't get 2 kites, black kites, right, then mirroration. I think I spelled it wrong on the other thing. So he was saying it's like this here, right? Which is absolutely nonsense. It is like octopus kites, right? And they move like kites. They stayed in the same place. So mirroration dips down and goes around in circles. And there we go. So it'd be like this one here. These ones here, even from a distance, will look just like in that video. Especially that one there. And that one there especially. Have we got one that's really far away? Anyway, something like those ones there, right? Put those far away, it's going to look like what we see in the video. So they actually go with Mark Antonio's thing saying it's bird commemorations. You can see it's the octopus kites, right? Even from the snapshots. The video is more convincing though. So on to the next one. Ha ha ha! SCU fell again, calling a truck mirror is a genuine UFO. Morons. Bruce was wrong. It's clearly on the wires and a prank that went out of control when his friend got paper involved. Newspaper, I should have said. As he wanted to fool his mate. Wasn't about money. Bruce was right about the reflectiveness under it. A mirror. So there's this guy, I can't remember what his name is, Hoffman or something, isn't it? Saying that the Trent video was a genuine UFO. We know that's not true. Click on that. You might remember this one that has the antenna. Well, I spent a whole live show analysing this. And I did another show where we got the high rescans of the negatives that Bruce held on for 25 years. He didn't give it back for some reason. I suppose he forgot. So yeah, that one doesn't show the antenna on that. But they're saying that the Bruce went there and photographed where the power lines were and worked out it couldn't be been a model strung from these. But who's to say it's strung on those? It could be just a fishing wire connected to the same poles in a different location. You can see it's definitely tilted up a bit like it's on a wire. You know, you've got all these phone wires here. But you're not going to see a fishing line because you can barely see these ones, right? So I did an analysis of that years ago, and I got a link underneath to it. This one here, part of 1 of 2 episodes we did when we had a co-host with me who no longer is. He ended up backstabbing me and taking off. Can't remember what his name was now, but anyway, it doesn't matter. So here's the truck mirror that I got from another image. You can see it's got the bar going up to the thing. Truck mirror. Okay, so I move it from the truck mirror, which has got the guy sitting in it in the old-fashioned truck, and he's got the mirror, a picture of the mirror. So we just crop the circle and put it over top of the other one and do my magic on it. And you can see it matches.
Well, that just proves it's the mirror then, doesn't it?
Yep.
Or more likely to be
In a court of law, would you say that was a 98% match?
Yes, I would. It's pretty damn close.
So anyone's saying that is a real UFO drips. Alright, so if you want to go and watch that whole episode, you can. I'll post the link to it. But there's a part 2 where we look at the negative to see if we can see any lines in it. And they've scratched the negative in such a way to hide where the lines would have been. What they do is they just drag it across the table, makes long scratches on the negative. Mishandled, you know, they weren't wearing gloves and stuff. So the only source of the video was badly damaged, negative. It's the same one that Bruce Maccabee would have got. And he didn't have the computer technology and the tools like what I have to analyze it. He would have had like a Windows 3 or something like that back then. But yeah, I'll post the link to the post here, and you can have a look at the video under it if you haven't seen it. The TRENT is definitely debunked. And of course then we found all these reports as well, all these people analyze it and finding all these different faults in the photograph. Suggested it was something small and what do you call it? Trick, illusion. TRENT UFO is a truck mirror, 100,000%. And I can't still, there's still proof out there. Not proof. Yeah, proof is out there. At the end, said it was a genuine UFO. Total garbage, you know. I actually did send that one to the black guy. You know what he did? He ended up deleting his X account after Elon took it over. I think they all went all huffity puffity on Elon, taking ownership of it and getting rid of their ticks. So I guess he's got TDS, the black man. What's his name? Harris. Anyway, what's happened here? I'm gonna have to wrap up soon though. Right, new TV show come out. That's a spin-off of the Aliens movie. It's a prequel to the 1979 movie story. Watched the first 2 episodes of it. It's pretty good. Feels like watching the actual movie itself. So go and check it out. It's called Alien Earth TV Series 2025. So you could probably find a link to it. Is it opening a link or graphic? Oh, there we go. So yeah, go and check it out. Copy. I don't want to log in. Thank you very much. I suppose you didn't know about it, but you know about it now because you watched the Out There channel. I don't know anyone else has mentioned about it. Yeah, it goes to where they transfer human conscious into robotic bodies, and it's got this genius whiz kid that's a bit like Elon Musk, that's a billionaire that controls a corporation, and basically the spaceship that's got the alien creatures on it, with the robot that takes over control of it, tries to get it back for the corporation, the other corporation, not this other one that's making the robots, but this other corporation that's trying to get the alien DNA to make it into other products or other super beings or whatever, super AI machines or whatever, warriors, space troops or whatever. What's it called? The corporation. Anyway, it's got the evil drones that call their boss mother. But anyway, this Elon Musk guy, the ship goes into, crashes through Earth's orbit and crashes into his building. So he's got his men going there, these special human/droid bots that got superpowers to go in there and grab the alien material for him rather than the other corporation coming in and grabbing it. So the whole series is based on that so far. But we'll see where it leads to without spoiling it. But you can imagine the same stuff that you get in the Alien movie, right? I'd give it probably 8 out of 10 so far. I wonder what the rating is here though. Where's the rating? That's the trailer. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10, same as me. That's alright. So go and check it out after the show. Next thing. UK guy just saw a modified Star Trek net game. Okay, so this one here comes from Mick West. It's going to be a clip from the documentary by James Fox called The Program. In the program, Stanford scientist Dr. Gary Nolan confirms he analyzed material not from this Earth, which could be just an asteroid, right? And seen high quality UAP images most have never heard of about. So I wonder if it's the ones that are showing these guys. Or is he talking about some other fake images that he's seen? Like Luna claims to have seen in the skiff, right? Maybe she believed all sorts of stuff and it turned out to be complete stupid hoax, you know, like the alien autopsy or whatever. All these newbies in the field are not aware of all the fakes out there, right? Why isn't the front page news? Because he does not provide evidence of this. So it's all just stories. James Fox, The Program.
Dr. Gary Nolan is an American immunologist with his own lab at Stanford University School.
So I'll just pause it every 5 seconds just to be sure.
School of Medicine.
If you revealed them right here on camera, would get you in trouble.
Yes.
On these systems, there are very high quality image files showing UAPs doing transmedium travel.
There's enough evidence out
Transmedium travel
there that demands a verdict that says yes.
2002, he was charged with the biggest U.S. military hack in the universe.
By 2008, I was
So this guy here, what's his name? Gary Mckinnon. We've talked about him several times before. When he shows the drawing of the thing he saw on the screen and talks about the spaceship and its names, and it being on a slow mainframe network, straight away it reminded me of a Star Trek game that they used to play on those early machines, because the sort of thing NASA would do. They'd have flight simulator software for training, but also would have a network where they can play Star Trek over the network, right, against each other during the lunch hour. I think he just stumbled across someone's personal copy of Star Trek and was downloading an image of one of the Star Trek ships, which is that front bit that looks like a flying saucer. You know, you get those ones with little engines that come down, little tiny engines underneath. You don't actually see the engines. It kind of looks like a flying saucer from the front. That's what I think he tapped into, as someone's illegal game on the network there. They got found out from a hacker and had to quickly delete it and cover their tracks and didn't come forward about it.
so low because we went for court case after court case and judicial review and losing every time. This image started to appear as black, and then it lightened, and then it was the hemisphere of a planet. Totally not man-made. It was very smooth. There were no rivets, no seams.
So this is a bit misleading because he actually draws it on other episodes.
It's a very smooth tube shape.
Mr. McKinnon is accused of serious...
I think they cut it there, didn't they? Where he starts drawing it.
Smooth tube shape.
There you go, he was drawing it there. And it looks just like a Star Trek ship.
Tube shape.
Yeah, I can't quite get it. I cut it too much. I think he's got that clip from another interview actually. He wasn't actually interviewing himself. Yeah, come on. It looks like I missed it. Okay, there it is. They only got it cropped. They got it cropped off. You want to see the rest of it over here. See that there? That looks like where the engines would be either side, right? It looks just like a Star Trek ship, anyway. You know, I've covered this before, though. You know how you got Star Trek ships. I don't think NASA would have anything about UFOs on a network like that that he hacked into. It'd be like they're still being like encrypted into like a zip file. They wouldn't just leave it lying around with photographs, and it would have a password on a password. I don't think anyone would be that stupid. They have all these different designs, right? So they have one that have little engines actually attached to underneath, little tiny engines underneath the round bit, and you want to see it from the front. So he was looking from the front going this way, and it would be one of these little ships that had a little engine underneath. We tried to find one last time. Set match, right? Something on that angle there, but you have little engines underneath either side. You don't have all this here. More like that one there, you know. Getting closer. They have all these different designs. And of course, different timelines. You want one just the front bit with the two little engines underneath. There's one similar. It's got little engines up the top here. Something like that there, you see. It has a low profile. Where he's just seen this, right? It looks like a flying saucer. If you cut the rest of that off there. And of course all the ship names were called USS something rather. Exactly the same as Star Trek, right? I think he just found the early mainframe net game that they used to play. And it used to take forever and a day to download the image of it if you wanted to. Because it was like text based, and it had little squares for stars, it had little asterisks for stars and circle for planets. They used to have it on the Macintosh. They converted it to the Macintosh, and then they converted it into graphics, full graphics and all that, instead of just being text based explanation going where you go to the starbase and collect supplies, rearm and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, I just can't see the ship that I'm in question with the little engines, but it's a bit like that, right? It was seeing it from that. That's a two engine one, the typical one. But if you flip it around and put these make the engines smaller, but they're actually attached to the round thing, exactly what he drew. It was like a long torpedo shape, right? But anyway, that's my theory, and I think I'm correct. So I had to bring that up again because it's doing the rounds and documentary still. So yeah, what Dolan's seen, who knows? Nolan, I mean, Dolan's he's another hack. He did one good thing as a UFO historian. After that, he's just a big grifter now. UFOs exhibiting bird-like motion appearing to be illuminated by city lights are generally birds. Oh yeah, this is that Bledsoe again, is it? Unavailable, yeah. Chris Bledsoe. You dork. And you can just click on that link. Open it up. And we get past that. because Elon's changed how you block people. Lidar, you're complete nuts. So yeah, is it birds? Looks like they've got a laser aimed at it. Could be birds, it could be bats. So let's have a look.
Watch the laser!
That sounds like at that ranch place, right?
Look at that! Somebody be filming it, please!
Yeah, it could be a bird, it could be a bat, I suppose.
Look at that, folks!
Thank you, Jesus! No, thank you, aliens!
Thank you, wow!
Thank you, we're nutters! We don't know it's a bird!
Anything like that! Thank you! That is unreal!
These people are nut jobs, I tell you. This is not scientifically analysed and stuff at all. But these people paid like $2,000 each to go on these tours. Skywatch, so they don't use basic apps. They fire a 5-watt laser beam at a bird and pretty much burn out its eye sockets. So that's a green laser. That's not even infrared, right? So if it was infrared, they wouldn't even notice it and they wouldn't change directions, right? If it's a bat, though, the bat can see infrared laser light. So a bat can react to IR laser. It is definitely a green one. So again, Mick West is correct. Bledsoe is pushing this one out. FSP Games 2025. Whatever that means. Is that psychic? Is it? Why didn't you make the PS Games aware you were doing this? It was an organised event with between 1 and 200 people present. People without any brains. What's with the air siren at the end? City traffic. Chris, this is very cleverly a drone. No, it's not. It laughs out loud. Where can I get a laser that powerful? You can't, it's illegal. 3, I heard someone say from Amazon. Not that you can't, not a powerful one like that, unless it's within legalness. In 18 years I have never used one, but when I invite the public, people all bring all sorts of things. Thanks for playing demonic. If demons come in prayer to Jesus, then everyone should stop immediately. Only legit when it comes from a known source. Got it. Why are we shooting lasers at the aliens? Poor birds. Exactly. Chased by a laser beam. It flies slowly without sharp zigzag movement and does not mask its presence. See no reason to call this object an extraterrestrial. Looks like a bird. Amazing, thank you. This is why that's a bat to a bird. That's what I would say too. Didn't you see it was flapping? Yeah, I think if you zoom into it, you can actually see it flapping.
Watch the laser!
Okay, let's see. You can see it's flapping.
Look at that! Somebody be filming it, please!
Those people are peeing me off though. Anyway, another one debunked. Chris Bledsoe is a complete moron. What did I say? Bats CIR as well. Bledsoe it's meant to be is noise promoted and followed by religious folks and clueless folks. That was obviously done on my phone, that one, because of typos. But yeah, I'll post the link to it so you can have a look. I don't know. I don't know why people follow idiots like that. This ruins the real topic of UFOs, right? And aliens and life around us. Let's say nonsense. So 200 people paying $2,000 each. If it's Greer, let's see, Bledsoe. What's Bledsoe charge? A couple of hundreds. Still, 200 times 200. What's that? $40,000. Not too shabby for a day's night work. We're in the wrong business, Mr. King. We need to set up our 200 parties for Skywatch and come on. It minimized as soon as I was just going to close it. Now I don't know where I'm at. Something strange going on here. Too many weird things happening. I'm gonna have to check out all these cables here. Although it's all sorts behaving itself at the moment. Okay, the next thing, Cube. The Black Cube UAS I wrote about yesterday is found in public FAA database of drone sightings. However, they stripped out the Black Cube descriptor and just called it a UAS. What's that stand for? Unidentified aerial S. What's that stand for? Anyone? UAP, UAS, UAS. I don't know what S stands for. Sensor anomaly? I don't know. Isn't it UAV normally? Aerial vehicle. What's S? I don't know. How many other cases may have unique or curious descriptions that are being edited out? Anyone say what it was here? Looks like it hasn't been scrolling. Oh, we got over 4 hours on Pilled. It's chucked us off Pilled, so that's the Pilled guys gone. I think it restarts the stream, doesn't it? It says 4 hours and then it keeps on the string going. It's kind of stupid how they do that. I forgot about the 4-hour limit. I meant to finish within 4 hours. Alien Earth. Doesn't matter, it means I have to re-upload a proper copy over top of the one that got corrupted. UAS, let's type it in. UAS. It looks like a drone there, doesn't it? Surveillance. What's UAS stand for? Unmanned aircraft system. Okay. Not even what I was thinking. Okay, that makes more sense. A drone. They simply just called it a drone. The Black Cube, which to me looks like, in the picture there, if they saw that passing by them, it's more likely a Mylar Cube balloon. They can come up to fairly big sizes. Black Cube balloon. Images. Looks very much like that. You're flying a plane with that flying past you. So what's the biggest? 72 inches, is it? That's 72 inch, that thing. But we have got a square one, 22 inches. Let's say dice. It doesn't say. Alright, 72-inch black balloon. No. $1-gallon balloon. Let's say 36-inch. It's not given it as inches, is it? And let's go all. Quad latex 36-inch baseball marble balloon. What's that one? Yeah, it does look like a basketball. Solid cube. Cube balloons. Come on. I hate this bullshit. Alright, so we got sizes on this. 16-inch, 12-inch. So 16, that's 1.5 foot, isn't it? And that's quite wide. Can we get bigger ones than that? 16, 22. So we're going up to 22. So what's that? Almost 2 foot. So it's even bigger. Turn it into a cube. That's huge, really, isn't it? If it flies past your pilot window. 10-inch. So I wonder if I can get 20 bigger than that. I suppose technically you should be able to. Aha, there's a 36, is it? A cube though. So that would be what, 3 foot? Yeah, 3 foot. That's not what we're after. I'd say there'd have to be bigger ones than 22. 36 round. Wet balloon. But anyway, I think it's probably most likely one of those that this saw fly past the cockpit. So yeah, it's quite interesting though that he puts that they took out that it's actually a cube, which is kind of strange, you know. John losing faith in FOIA. The buff shows without the use of FOIA, you never know this detail. It only strengthens the argument that FOIA shows much more to the story. It isn't perfect, but when it comes to the story, you would never known about the real pilot description of a black cube. What does... oh, there you go. I should have just scrolled down. Unmanned aerial system. That's not what we read, was it? Forgot what it was now. I don't think it said that, did it? What did I say it was now? That's what I mean. People keep changing it. Unmanned aircraft system. So he's even got that wrong. Maybe I should correct him. AI says otherwise. I'll just copy that bit if it lets me. Nope. It means drone, basically. He doesn't like me anyway, John. He thinks I'm a debunker. You can get black cube mile balloons varied sizes, I said here. Well, that's not suspicious. Borg, someone had to mention Borg. John, who makes those editorial decisions? So they only answer the first couple of people and then they don't answer anymore. Okay, close. What's the next one? Alright. UFO prophet Lou Zondo responds to my reporting by not denying he called out sick the day he was supposed to prove he's not full of crap. Zondo, a supposed counterintelligence expert, also revealed sensitive government and private emails after poorly redacting them. So, as you know, once you send an email, you can't sort of unredact it. And what he did is, it's quite funny. Mick West had to play around with what he did. This failed email retraction tells the story after shadow enhancement. It's an iPhone screenshot of the email. So he took a picture of the email saying he was going to do the meeting, right? And he tried to edit out the email addresses before posting it, and he made a right hash job of it. So he hits edit. There's a lot of little pens. He picks the third one, the broad tipped one. It's the highlighter. As you know, highlighters don't blot out what's underneath. They sort of try to make it transparent. He sets the opacity to 100%. The iPhoto highlighters don't go to 100%. They max out around about 80%. He tries it with the default yellow on the iCloud text. It doesn't work as hiding the text. And it's a highlighter. He switches to red, still not hiding things. He tries black. It's still a black highlighter. But if he goes back and forth a few times, he can't see the text on the screen. Good enough for the government to work. He posted it on X and people can read most of the emails he obscured. If he used either of the first two pens, he would have been fine, as they're not highlighters. That guy is going to be as dumb as bricks. That's why he's in the army, is it? So this is what he did. You know, he highlighted different color pens, which changes the transparency each time. I guess on the screen it looked like it was blacked out when it wasn't. And when you upload it to X, it changes the compression ratio. It makes it see-through again. So that comes from Greenstreet, and Mick West jumped on it. So let's have a look at one of these ones close up. So that's what he tried to do with a highlighter. Not really good. Email addresses. And some of them are better than others though. Talk about being a dickhead. And these ones here. Alright, I see. So what's this one here? Classified briefing. Well, it's not classified with Lou. Oh, someone's just run it through a color swap program. You know how you can change blacks to different colors. So yeah, you can see that it's different, 2 different color blacks. Someone's just run it through, and you can see there's some text there. So you just change the contrast or whatever, you can read it. I thought that was hilarious. Private emails are poorly redacted. The more you learn about this guy, the more Goophon looks like an expert. Zondo. I think Goophon probably could do a wee bit better than that, but you never know. Redacting. Mistake. Anyway, gonna have to wrap up in a minute. Is that the whole thing? Yeah, my eyesight's going, so I'm gonna have to wrap up. What's left? There can't be much left to go through. I was going to look at third phase and some other stuff, but again, they get pushed. Why is it not opening? I'm clicking on it, it's not doing anything. I think my computer is going to go wrong soon, very soon. We ain't got too much here. What we got left? They're building the Hyperloop guy, right? This is what Elon posted the other day. China is testing a vacuum high-speed train that can travel over 1,000 kilometers per hour. This ultra-fast vacuum tube magnetic levitation system could reduce the travel time between Shanghai and Hangzhou. I don't know. Distance 200 kilometers in just 9 minutes. That's pretty fast.
Oh my God! China is building a 1,000.
Oh God! Shut up, man. I got music as well. There we go. Clicked on the wrong freaking thing. And again. It should be mute by default, shouldn't it? So where's the mute button?
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Sounds like George Knapp. So well, looks like it's going to be animation mostly, isn't it? Could you imagine terrorists getting their hands onto something like that? That would be terrible. Fast moving bomb. I remember that being talked about 50 years ago, guys. Doing these hyper trains and making it undersea as well. Could you imagine it in today's world? You know, undersea, fast moving tube with terrorists that are sitting in the chair with a bomb on them. Could you imagine what mess that would make? It would flood all the tube. You just couldn't do it today because humans are just nut jobs. Too many religious nut jobs in this world. Admitted fangirl of pseudo historian Graham Hancock. Although Graham Hancock is pseudo a wee bit, can't deny some of the stuff he comes out with is plausible, even though there's no evidence for it, or the evidence is weak, or some of the stuff he comes out with has, like, experts say it's nothing to do with that but to do with this, and that's where he breaks down, right? He's saying that they're wrong and it's this. That's why you always need to have that balance in all these type of shows. You got to say, well, this is what the experts claim it is, and this is what I'm saying it is for these reasons. If you put it in that perspective and justify it, comes across more credible, doesn't it? Fangirl journalists. So I read this here, what he was trying to say. Graham Hancock. Some researchers, including well-known author Graham Hancock, have long proposed that around 2,800 years ago, a giant comet passed through Earth's atmosphere, triggering devastation that wiped out advanced civilizations worldwide. Well, advanced civilizations we don't know, but it might have been. Looking at, what was that recently I saw? I think it was Josh Gates on a Expedition Unknown. They uncover some ruins, and he says the guy that's working on the project says it's nothing to do with aliens, even though it's been on, what's the location called, over there, Turkey I think it was. No, is it Turkey? It might be, yeah. I can't figure the name of it now. But anyway, they did find that they were very advanced for the age of it. They said it was around about 1,200,000 years ago. They're dating it to, and they got like the advanced tools, carved out stone structures, but they found out how it was done, you know, and they show a history of how they improved it over time, because they keep digging out more and more, finding older and newer ruins next to each other, see how they improved on the next one, and so on. Kind of suggests that humans were quite skilled back then. So, advanced technology, how advanced though? But there's evidence that there was a comet strike 3,000 years ago. It's still debated though, but they're finding like glass beads that prove that it was a big massive comet.
Yeah.
Hey, who's this? We got a new sub. Follow on what's that called? The Twitch. Thanks for following. I don't think many people watch on Twitch, but I still upload it there at the same time, restream it there. So this article here talks about it. There's evidence for it. I have talked about it in the past as well, saying it's a very plausible theory, and if you had something like that explode over you, it would set humans back quite a long time, right? So a lot of experts and people that would have been lost in that explosion died. Probably would have caused climate change. And maybe there was even dinosaurs back then, who knows? Researchers suggest a comet struck the Younger Dras mini ice age, triggered the mini ice age, and may have influenced the birth of civilization in Southwest Asia. A cluster of comet fragments believed to have hit Earth nearly 13,000 years ago may have shaped the origins of human civilization. The analysis backs up claims that the impact occurred prior to the start of the Neolithic period. So, you know, Graham Hancock might be right, you know. But you got people like Greenstreet that doesn't do any research. Just jumps onto it. I don't know if he's using AI only or what. I don't know. Who's feeding them? Probably just asking Mick West, probably. The team says a large body of evidence supports the theory that a comet struck around 13,000 years ago. Researchers analysed geological data from 4 coordinates: North America, Greenland, blah blah blah. So we've covered this before though, but yeah, I had to post that to Greenstreet. Never replies to me, of course, and I don't think anyone did actually, did they? No, only got one love, so one person. Oh, right, 160, 15, and only one love. It's like the debunkers don't like being told that they're debunking is crap. Hancock tweets said puff piece, so she posted it with him talking about the Daily Mail article. So the comment looks like it's true to me. There's a lot of PhD scientists that say there's enough evidence to support it, and plus there's some history reports documented in writing. Was it Chinese or something like that? One of the countries over there had documented a bright light streaking through the skies, and they dated it back to that period, carbon dating. But anyway, Greenstreet, if you want people to believe you, always got to be middle ground, man. But anyway, looks like we might be done for the day. Finally. Yeah. It wasn't so fresh in my mind, some of the Skinwalker Ranch, sorry. That's because I had the guests step in early. I had the show prepared just in case he didn't show up, right? I had to prepare something. So in that week I've forgotten some things about this, what I documented. It happens, I'm getting old. But anyway, I was going to say goodbye instead of closing that down. I'm going to say goodnight. And I'll see you again next weekend. See you next weekend. And thanks to Michael King for the donations. For him, he's keeping it going. Because, yes, it's getting really, really hard to keep producing content and not making any money from it. To help pay for internet and obviously hardware failure that we're getting here. There's always something going wrong. Power supplies seem to be the worst for some reason. The aliens don't want me talking, all the men in black don't. Anyway, let's just wind it down. A lot of topics covered today, I guess. Take care, Mike, if you're still up. I think you might fall asleep though. Right, what did I close that down for? Oh, that's right. I don't know what I'm doing. Coming up to 5 hours, so I'm going to end it now, I think. Field is already gone. Rumble.